All right, good morning, everybody. See more people joining us. Welcome to the July 13th version of the Residential Energy Code Technical Advisory Group. Thank you so much for participating today. We have lots of work to do. This could be, I really don't know how long this meeting will go. We passed something at the end of the last meeting. And we have lots more proposals, but a lot of the proposals are duplicates of each other or of what we passed. So we could do this more speedily, or we could do it less speedily. So few things to keep in mind today. We do not have legal counsel weighing in on these proposals. We spent 2 hours discussing EPCA at the last meeting and the Berkeley decision. The CRA versus Berkeley decision. So my suggestion again is that we pass options so that MVE committee will have access to legal. The MVE committee will have access to legal counsel to help look at those. We are still bound by our energy efficiency mandate in the RCW to wit 70% energy use reduction by 2031. And I think it's very possible to comply with EPCA without reducing energy efficiency from the 2021 code that we passed. And we might hear arguments that we need rollbacks in energy efficiency to comply with EPCA, but I think that's a false choice. Anything we pass will go through many more public meetings, including twice at the council and a CR 102 public process. The TAG's main job, as I see it, is to get good language and ideas to the next step in the process, because it will be a lengthy and robust process going forward. I heard from some members of the TAG that a single mailbox was sending dozens of emails as part of an influence campaign. We haven't even discussed some of the proposals yet. And so I guess whoever owns that mailbox, I ask you to respect the TAG's time. We're made up of volunteers who are already giving up a lot of time. So anyway, that we did take action on a few proposals last time, and we passed 035 for the prescriptive section. And we included some additional R406 credit options for that from proposals 001 and 020. We have a lot more. So the group 035 with 01 and 20 are heading to the MVE committee next, and possibly the September meeting of that. So today we could pass other prescriptive packages. We could look at the R405 pathway, and we probably also should look at the existing building section because we have proposals for all of those. So that's my welcome and introductions. Let's do a call and see who's here today.
Okay, Chell Anderson.
Present.
Damon Doyle. Mike Fowler.
I'm here.
Jeremy Moore. Wade Craig. Mike Poirier. Dwayne Johnlin.
I'm here, and Ray Alshouse will be subbing for me for a couple hours at this meeting.
Ray Alshouse.
Present.
Dave Balon. Are you there, David? Lisa Rosenau.
Present.
Jonathan Jones. Megan Kramer. David Reddy. Miguel Rodriguez.
Present.
Gary Hickinen, Kevin Duell,
I'm present and I'm taking Gary's place for about an hour or so.
Andrea Smith,
Present.
Irina Rasputnis,
Present.
Chris Burrows,
Here.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
Greg Davenport,
Greg's on vacation. This is Albert Rooks, Greg's alternate, filling in for him today.
great, thank you. Henry Odom,
Here.
Gavin Tenold,
Alternate John Lang, present.
Patrick Hayes,
Here, present, but it's a very busy time of year, so I'm not sure if I can be here for the whole meeting.
Luke Howard,
Present, my alternate will be joining today as well, so I'll have to step out for a couple hours.
okay, Liz, are you here now?
Am present.
Thank you. Jason Carter,
Present.
Jeanette McKay,
Here.
Jonah Kinchy,
I'm here.
Michael Brazgala, and we do have a quorum.
Right. Go ahead.
Krista, this is Dave Balon. I have my mic turned on now. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
And Krista, this is David Reddy. I joined a little late. I'm here, and but I will have to leave from 9 to 9:30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a quorum of Daves now. All right, are there members of the public who would like to introduce themselves?
Yes, good morning. This is Tom Deary of the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute.
Oops. Greg, go ahead. And you're also, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Greg Johnson with Avista.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, Tom Handy. I'm on the SBCC and representing the Washington State Association of Counties, east side of the state.
Thanks, Tom. Elliott.
Elliot Brown, Johnstone Supply.
Thanks, Elliott. Ty.
Ty Jennings, Cascade Natural Gas.
Thank you, Ty. Peter.
Pete Ricky, SBCC member, council member.
All right, thanks for being here, Pete. Lisa.
Hi, I just forgot to mention that I'm going to have to step out today from 11 to about 1:30, but since David Balon's here, then I'm his alternate.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, and I did forget to mention, we're doing it very well, but we use the raise hand feature, which is under the reactions. Raise your hand and I will call on people in the order in which I see you. If you have your hand raised and I haven't called on you in a long time, go ahead and unmute and say something. But I write down names and I cross them off as people speak. So I think that's been a good system. The other thing is if you're a tag member and you're generally in support of what is being discussed, go ahead and do a thumbs up, which is also under reactions. Normally in an in-person meeting, I would see people nodding of heads or shaking heads as, no, and that would give me as chair a good idea as to when we're close to being able to vote on something, because we have most concerns addressed and what is being said is kind of generally approved by lots of people. So please use the thumbs up. The thumbs up is only up for like 5 seconds. There's also a red X button, but you have to press the red X once to bring it up and once to bring it down. If you like are, you really don't like was being said and you're a tag member. The raise hand also, once you get done and I call on you and you want to relinquish the floor, after you've spoken, you need to click on raise hand again to lower it, or else your hand just stays up forever. So those are, and then please keep yourself muted until unless you're called on or have the floor or have something to say. Okay, so with that, we have an agenda in front of us. So you're seeing the agenda. Is there any sort of a motion to approve the agenda or modify it? Tag members.
This is Kevin. Motion to approve the agenda.
Thanks, Kevin. Is there a second? Come on, it's not that early in the morning.
Second. This is Luke.
Okay, thank you, Luke. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the agenda? Okay.
Well, this is Dwayne. Can I just say that I find these agendas that we have very unhelpful because they put the 96% of what we're doing in the meeting under one line. It would be helpful to know where we're going on these things.
Yeah, and today is what thank you, Dwayne. Today we have lots of options as to how we cover things. I'm going to suggest an option, but really there's a lot of ways to cover it. This could be a relatively short meeting or it could be a fairly long meeting, depending upon how we want to cover things. Go ahead, Dave.
For all of us, could you review where we got to the last time? What has been approved, what hasn't been approved, what's still on the table, et cetera?
Yes. So there was a motion to pass 035, which is a prescriptive path that Henry's Odom's suggestion, which is just for reference, not completely different from something that the tag passed a year ago and went into a CR 102 process, or was considered by the council to go into a CR 102 process. So that was passed, and then there was two other proposals that were added to that proposal to add gas heat pump and gas-fired equipment efficiency for additional credits. And those are 01 and 20, and that that passed. So right now, the MVE committee, if we did nothing and we rejected all the other proposals, we would the MVE committee would consider 035 with 01 and 20 on them, and that's my understanding of where we got to. Does anyone have a different understanding of where we got to? Okay, thank you, Kevin. All right, well, let's vote on the agenda and then we can go to the minutes, which is the next agenda item. So all in favor of the agenda as written, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda. Let's look at the minutes again. And see if we need to restart our computer. This happened last time, I believe, too. All right, so we'll look at the minutes and raise your hand if you have comments on the minutes. Okay, and I guess we're approving the residential minutes and the EPCA minutes, not the commercial minutes, because we weren't necessarily, this isn't the tag for that. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? I mean, the minutes.
Albert Rooks moves to approve the minutes as presented.
Thanks, Albert. Is there a second?
This is Jonah. I'll second that.
Thanks, Jonah. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the minutes as shown, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have minutes and now we're on to the 96% that Dwayne referenced, probably 99%, which is to consider the proposals. And this is where we get into, I would love to hear what you all think. So we passed a prescriptive package. We have a lot more prescriptive proposals that we could consider. We also have a few that are on the R405 pathway. And then there's a couple of proposals that also touch the existing building section. But by passing what we did last time, we removed in that prescriptive path, we removed the space heating heat pump requirement and the water heating heat pump requirement. And that is largely what is in many of the other proposals. So my suggestion is to go through each of the proposals, but to have the proponent speedily say how that's different than what we passed in the prescriptive section when we cover the prescriptive proposals. And then we could consider those proposals, and many of them could probably be withdrawn immediately because they are, or some of them at least, because they're very similar to what, or same as what we passed. So that's one option, that they consider the prescriptive first and then the R405 and then the existing buildings. There are other ways to do this. So that's my recommendation. But if tag members have other comments on how we could approach these to be speedy and thorough, I would love to hear it. So Kevin, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I was wondering, would it be helpful to use the matrix views last time that shows the relationships of various proposals that are similar?
Yes, and that's up on the screen right now.
Oh, great, thanks.
So I think we had, yeah, and basically this goes back to, there are several kind of packages of proposals that are similar in lots of ways, and different in a few ways. So I guess, yeah. Johnny.
Thank you so much, Joe. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, since we have one good proposal that kind of already answers the legal risk, in my mind at least, Ecotips proposal 035, and has already kind of gone to court and won in the face of EPCA. I think that I'm gonna withdraw my proposal 038, just to kind of save some time for everybody. My proposal took a different approach, but I think that Henry's is a perfectly reasonable way to do it. And yeah, so happy to discuss this further if needed.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. So you're withdrawing your proposal 038. Okay, all right. Thank you. Dave Balon.
Yeah, in reviewing the proposals, it seems to me we only have a couple of issues still on the table once we have gone through what we've gone through last time. Those are the ones that add high efficiency gas heat pumps, whatever that means, to the option table, which I think if we're going to even have those proposals and think they're viable, we need to have the advocates or the proposers make it clear what it is they mean and what it is the ratings are and so on.
Yep.
The second thing is, at least, well, with Johnny's proposal being withdrawn, there's at least a couple others somewhat more less complete, but more or less a couple other proposals. I think what we need to do is dispense with all the other 405 proposals, although I see that as as a relatively low priority. And all the other proposals, the ones that basically munge around in various parts of the option table, et cetera, those all need to be no longer considered, since we have passed an option table, and that option table, and we have passed a normalization table. And everything else is going to just be more discussion of things that we already dealt with.
Now, so Dave, I guess I'm trying to understand your suggestion to the tag is to, yeah, there's
a lot of proposals that the various gas company and others have made about adding options to the table having to do with more efficient gas, which is now on the table. And we, they can be added or they cannot be added, but we need, if we're going to have that discussion, we need to focus it on the actual issues raised by those proposals.
Yes. Yep. I agree. Yeah, and that's kind of how I was thinking about going through it, which is, we go through each of the proposals, but we look at only what that proposal would add to what we already passed last time, or subtract from it, because a lot of them are largely similar in many ways. Is that kind of what you're saying, Dave? There's other ways to deal with them, I guess, as well. Is that what you were saying, Dave Balin? I don't hear you now. Okay, let's go with Dwayne.
Yes, when we do get started again, I wouldn't mind a quick recap of what we did pass last time. I missed that session.
Sure. So just because Dwayne asked, what we passed last time was 035, which basically deletes the heat pump requirement for space heating and water heating. It, it does what it then increases the credit requirements to make up for the efficiency. So in the eyes of the proponent, it's a energy neutral proposal, meaning it doesn't save. It saves the roughly equivalent amount of energy as the 2021 residential energy code that was passed already. It simply removes the requirements for heat pumps prescriptively and instead makes up for it through additional R406 credits required. And then it includes more efficiency options under R406. And we passed that along with 001 and 020, which include R406 credits for gas-fired equipment. Is that sufficient, Dwayne, or did you want more than that? And you're muted. Okay, let's go back to Ty. Let's go to Ty.
Mr. Chair, this is Ty Jennings, Cascade Natural Gas. First, I want to thank you for the explanation that you just provided, because I do believe that you are resolving some confusion that I heard from some of the other speakers this morning. Just to be very clear and make sure that we all understand, there have been proposals that were accepted that seek to add credits for high efficiency gas appliances. So those have already moved forward in concert with the proposal by Mr. Odom, that's 035.
Yep.
So at this time, I'd like to ask, has staff taken or made any attempt to reconcile the three proposals that were moved forward so that we can preview that perhaps before we have the discussion? It is my understanding, since we moved these three together, there's not been a draft reconciliation of this. So if staff has that, that would be great for us all to review at this time so that we're all on the same page. Just hearing confusion already regarding whether energy credits for high efficiency gas were moved forward or not, seems to be a confusion point already.
I guess, Ty, I'll just respond that typically in the tag process, we do pass multiple proposals and there's not a running list of all the code language as passed at the last meeting. We kind of rely on tag members to we rely on tag members to pass things that are sympathetic with one another, and I believe we've done so. But we don't keep a running list of what is the code after, last meeting, what is the code after the next meeting, what is the code after that. So but we did pass, I mean, it's in the meeting minutes that we passed that 001 and 020 passed, meaning it should be clear to everybody that we do have high efficiency gas equipment in the R406 table as passed. So there should be no confusion about that. I guess, is there a more nuanced bit of confusion that you're pointing to, Ty?
No, I appreciate the comments there, Mr. Chair, but just hearing confusion already from some of the parties that had the opportunity to speak before myself, where there was statements made that some of these things needed to be considered going forward as they had not been yet. However, the motion that carried did include those. And I'm just going to agree with you here that this process is more nuanced in that we are seeing multiple proposals that address the same code sections. If we're looking at regular rulemaking efforts, we typically do not have massive proposals addressing the same code sections. It's very rare to have so many proposals addressing the same thing. So this process here, while I agree that in past efforts, a running draft would not be created, I do think it's worthwhile for staff to consider possibly doing that, because this is a much more directed effort that's concentrated on only a few code sections. So to have something that kind of shows what the tag is working on, I think would be incredibly beneficial for all parties.
Okay, thanks, Ty. We don't have that, and I think we can get through everything today, so I guess we won't have that. But noted, and I guess if the request had been made a week ago, maybe we would have prepared that. But it's a bit late right now for that. I guess to your other point, I'm hoping that when we get to some of the proposals that basically have already passed, or something very, very, very similar to them has already passed, that proponents will withdraw them or, say, we don't need to pass this because the intent of my proposal is already passed. And I think that if we are able to do that, then we can make this a very speedy meeting and I'll be proud of what we've done and get out of here earlier than 4 p.m. Kevin.
Oh, thank you, Shel. A couple comments. I put this spreadsheet together to compare, like the title says, similar proposals, but it doesn't include all the proposals, specifically Gary Hickening's proposal and Johnny Coker's. And so I see that Krista's added Johnny's back. But I did want to give Gary the opportunity to present his proposal. He won't be on probably for another half an hour. But so that's one comment. And then also,
Are you talking about 034?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we're going to consider every proposal. So it's not just because it's not on this list, we won't consider it.
Yeah, I understand it. Just wanted to make sure that the visual wasn't misleading by, didn't want to exclude anything. And then also you'd mentioned the last meeting that it was the desire of the council to have multiple proposals for perhaps even the same measures, or rather the same sections, and then they may not even be in agreement, but you wanted to see multiple proposals put forward for consideration. And is that still the case?
I mean, my view as a council member, as a tag chair, is that yeah, if we have a, you know, prescriptive one going forward, we have a performance one going forward, even a couple of prescriptive, that would be fine. You know, we don't have the, you know, lawyers weighing in on these things right now. So if we wanted to present a couple options, if the tag wanted to present a couple options going forward, that would be fine. I think if we only had, you know, if we can present 1 or 2 or 3, you know, options, I think that's preferable, because then we can, you know, have the lawyers weigh in on it. The other thing is that the MVE committee can also, you know, modify some of the proposals in some ways if we get certain legal feedback as well. So, you know, the MVE and the council, and then the public comment process can also modify these. So even if we didn't have multiple options, multiple options could be made by the MVE or the council. But yeah, I think having multiple options is not a bad way to go.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Greg.
Yeah, so Odom's proposal that you guys passed, there's a couple things that it doesn't cover. One is it penalizes supplemental heat quite severely, and supplemental heat, actually penalizing that, increases emissions. So when the coldest time of the year is when we have the least amount of flows on the river. That means the least hydropower. So you're using natural gas to produce the electricity, and the marginal amount is basically 100% of electricity used for heating in the winter is natural gas, and the efficiency, as I showed last time, is way lower. So with that said, I mean, that's one huge problem, that we have to consider proposals that open up supplemental heat without restriction, without penalty whatsoever. And then the other thing is, I don't view Odom's proposal as being EPCA compliant, in my opinion, because while it does remove the restrictions, it adjusts the fuel energy equalization table for the fuel normalization up, so that way is a severe penalty for combustion heating. And also it takes the credits and increases those greatly. And so when you actually try to work through a solution to build it, you find out in order to use a EPCA appliance, you end up having to put a bunch of solar panels on your house in order to meet all the credits. 9 credits is huge to get. So I don't view that as covering any of the, I mean, while it contains maybe pieces of other proposals, with those items, I don't view that as really addressing any of the other ones. It's non-compliant according to EPCA, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks, Greg. And you brought this up last time. You and I had an offline discussion about it, but Avista is not obviously the only utility in Washington, and some utilities have a lot higher renewable mix than Avista, even in the winter. So I guess when you say something like that, it implies that all of Washington has this issue, but in fact, there are some utilities that have a high renewable energy mix, even in the winter. So I want to make sure that it's clear that you're speaking for Avista and not necessarily all the electric utilities in Washington.
Well, I mean, power is traded across things. So if 100% clean utility uses more of their power, they have less to sell on the open power market. So that means all the other utilities who buy power from them and rely on it, they have to use gas instead. So it's all interconnected world.
It's an interconnected world, and we have a lot of states, including Washington, that have a requirement for carbon neutral electricity by 2030, probably using offsets, and then renewable by 2045. So buildings being long-lived assets and equipment types being long-lived assets or long-lived choices. I think it's important to, that's what went into the fuel normal, the carbon emissions table, and we need to consider that these are long-lived things. So we should get into the proposals at some point, probably soon, because I think we have a lot to discuss, and once we get into the exact proposals, we'll have more specific comments. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that this is a discussion that we've had at numerous times, both at the tag level and at the council level. And we've resolved it along the lines of what the normalization table currently does. It is true that there are hours of the day or of the year in which some bad thing happens and we have to run simple cycle gas for an hour or two. That does not make it the primary source of emissions for anything that happens in the state of Washington or anywhere else. But the main thing here is that we've already passed this. We've already resolved this question. It is nice that we have yet to convince the gas company that these are reasonable. This is a reasonable approach, but we have gone there. So I think the proposals that involve this discussion should be either ignored for the rest of this meeting, or we should gather them all up and vote them down right now. Either way, I'm fine.
Thanks, Dave. Poppy.
Yeah, I just had a clarifying question. I know that we said that several of the gas equipment proposals for the option table had passed, but I think that the credits say TBD, and so I was just wondering how, you might have already addressed this, I got cut off temporarily, but I'm just wondering when and how those will be addressed, because having them included is different than agreeing with and supporting the credits.
Yep, and that's a really good question. So I think Henry, who had run the models that determined the credits for each of the R406 options, had agreed to run, if given sufficient information on the operation of these, had agreed to run those additional credits for those pieces of equipment. And so I think there's an email chain with a few people that wanted to be on the email chain to help Henry get a great sense of the equipment and how it operates.
Okay, and so will we have an opportunity to review and vote on those credit allocations, or is that something where it was just voted on regardless of what the credits are?
It was voted on knowing that this would take some time, and the MVE and council will get the numbers and be able to vote on those.
Okay, thank you.
Which is how it's been done in the past in the tag, is that sometimes the numbers are not finalized in the tag, but as long as we have a method of determining the credits based on an objective standard, then we can have those assigned, based on energy savings. And yeah, Andrea.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to echo what somebody else had said already about this proposal potentially not, and I'm talking about Ecotope's proposal, potentially not being EPCA compliant. I think with the addition, or I guess with keeping the fuel normalization table, or whatever we're going to call it, does not get us there, but that's just an opinion of mine. I know there are differing opinions. And then my second point would be that being careful with the amount of credits required, because as it stands right now, adding 3 additional credits, I can guarantee you that that will be very detrimental to any housing affordability efforts that the state legislature and other local jurisdictions are trying to kind of correct. This doesn't do anything to support those things. So just want to make sure that we're balancing the need for energy efficiency and housing affordability, while also at the same time remembering that we don't have a carbon mandate and we should not be considering things on fuel type. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrea. Okay, so if there are other thoughts on how we cover things, otherwise, I think what we'll do is we'll go through the prescriptive proposals on here, and I would please, if your proposal is something very similar to what's passed and you are okay with what passed, then don't go into great detail on it. You can withdraw it, or you can just say, hey, this is very similar to what was passed already. So I think maybe we'll use the format on the screen and go with Greg with 005.
So heat pump water heating, sections of this were included in ODMs, but I mean, the things that were missed was supplemental heat for heat pump water heating systems. If you're, so that I struck that whole paragraph out, which was not struck out in ODM's item. So ODM did strike out 403.5.7, but he did not strike 403.5.7.1, which is a pretty significant item. I mean, we shouldn't be dictating supplemental heat systems. And so that's a pretty, and I mean, I appreciate everyone's futuristic look on where the grid's going, but that's all speculation. And if we do get there, great. But if we don't, you got 20 years of more emissions during the coldest time of the year. So I think I mean, since you've already accepted the first half of it, I think it's worthwhile just going and having multiple proposals and accepting this whole thing, so that way you can also strike out the supplemental heat requirement.
Thanks, Greg. Are there comments on this proposal? Go ahead.
Greg, could you explain to us how you feel the supplemental heat, if we strike it, and what that would do to the efficiency of a heat pump water heater on an annual basis? Curious what kind of savings we lose if folks are allowed to use supplemental heat throughout the year. Be helped to understand how that would inhibit a heat pump water heater.
So throughout, if you had supplemental heat allowed, you're going to decrease, in actuality, you're going to decrease emissions, because as everyone knows, heat pump technology gets less efficient as it gets cold. And so since it's going to get less efficient as it gets cold, you're not going to get your COP factors of 3, 5, 6. Instead, you're going to approach a COP factor of 1. And I can tell you, yeah.
Can I hop in? Sorry.
Yeah.
So if you don't have the section, someone could be running the supplemental heat when the COP of the unit is 3.
So no, I believe, I mean, usually you have a competent HVAC technician and engineer will design interlocking the controls, so that way you don't run it above a certain temperature. So that would be a simple way to do supplemental heat, is you just do a temperature interlock. And so that's what was done on space heating.
That's what the second does.
Well, this one actually talks more about sizing, and I mean, there's a lot of requirements in here.
Item 2 under R43571 does exactly what you just said.
Well, what about keeping the item 2 in and then just striking out the rest?
Well, I mean, the first one's a pretty obvious one, that you run supplemental when you can't use the efficient piece of equipment. When the heat pump's in defrost, you need supplemental. When the heat pump fails, you need supplemental. So, I mean, all these are pretty clear delineations of when supplemental heat is a very useful and effective means to support a heat pump water heater, which is exactly your concern. Striking this actually just allows people to do anything they want and actually opens up to completely removing any effective cost payback for the end user if you take this out.
So I have a tendency to trust designers a lot more to actually design the equipment for their specific location geographically, because recognizing things change across the state. So that's my because there's areas like Gifford, Washington, where the losses are so bad on the system that it's you want a different set point than you would if you're on the west side in Seattle. And so I am, that's my bias, is more giving the designers more leeway so they can set a reasonable amount. I mean, when you're designing any building, you want the most efficient system you possibly can. And so you want to have, you want to set the set point for that location specific. So, I mean, and there's other things in here too, like where you're locating it, located in unconditioned space. And in my opinion, it's best to remove, and especially since water heaters don't normally have, they're not as packaged. Your heat pump water heaters aren't as packaged as you would with like a space heating system. I think I mean, in my opinion, it's best to strip out supplemental heat requirements and just, I mean, people are going to run the most, it's going to be most cost effective to run the heat pump water heater during the moderate times of the year. And people are going to want to do that. And then the other thing that we're also missing is during the hottest time of the year, let's say in August when it gets above 100 degrees, we have a problem with the electric system. We overload it because we have less capacity because the wires heat up, and we've had to have power
Greg,
shutoffs.
Is this directly related to 403.5.7.1?
Yeah, because if you have other systems heating up using gas to heat your water heater, then we don't have to kill power altogether for the whole building. So we actually had 2 years ago in Spokane, the system got overloaded and it shut power off to everyone. And if people had supplemental heat for their water heaters, then it would have reduced the load on electric system.
Looks item 4 under R43571 would address that. The vapor compression cycle loses power.
Well, that's only if the equipment malfunctions. If we have the ability for when the system capacity of the electric grid is overloaded, electric grid, that 4 doesn't address the electric grid. If we have the ability to say, hey, everyone, we're out of power, we're going to have to shut off power to everyone's home throughout the city or select feeders, unless you can switch to natural gas water heating. And if people did that, then you could conserve capacity. So, I mean, there's challenges with operating electric grid where we're at a capacity, and like you go all heat pump, all electric, and then you lose power. 2 years ago, we lost power in Spokane because it got overloaded.
So Greg, I guess I've heard you say 2 things you wanted to do with this one, and Henry responded that both of them are actually in here, losing power and, below a certain temperature. And I guess you brought up the concerns are already in here. I'm just trying to figure out what did those things not address your concerns? I'm just kind of confused here because you brought up 2 concerns. They're both addressed in 403.5.7.1, and yet I guess I'm still really confused as to why I guess I'm just really confused because you brought up 2 concerns. Both of them are addressed in here, and you're still kind of, against this.
Well, vapor compression cycle malfunctions is building specific. It's not grid
Loses
specific.
power is what I think Henry brought up which if, the loses power, then that's power loss. That's kind of what you were mentioning, right?
Well, that doesn't, so two things. Most gas heating appliances still require electricity to operate because they don't have a pilot light anymore. They have electronic emissions. So if you lose power to the building, you lost gas.
Yep, I totally agree.
So, and then the problem is, it's not a matter of when the building loses power, you can use gas. It's a matter of saying the electric grid's over capacity. We need people to use less power.
Yep. Okay. So you're talking about grid responsive things.
That is where I'm going. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Grid responsive. And so, and it's
okay.
too
So if an
complicated to
exception
add
here
that.
was for grid responsive design, would that mean?
Yeah, I'd be happy to add a friendly amendment, adding another piece here about grid responsive gas backup if you have some language for that.
I'm just thinking
I don't know
through
if that
how
exists yet, but that would be that'd be acceptable, but I don't see how any utility can make that work.
well, it would have to, right at today, currently, presently with what we have implemented, it would have to be a manual thing. So it has to be, the user would have the ability to switch over to all gas manually, and they do it when the utility asks them to do it.
We're starting to put grid responsive stuff into the codes because we know that that's coming. And even if programs don't exist today, the equipment is going to be around for a while. Let's think about that and move on. Andrea?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly ask, is this also a proposal to kind of fix the credits for disincentivizing the supplemental heat? Is that where this is getting at too, Gregory?
I split up all my proposals separately individually. So this was just one section, just striking the text.
Yep. So this is just what you see on the screen. And
okay.
The
So
screen is already passed. So the lower half of the screen is what we're talking about.
okay, just wanted to make sure. I mean, I would support this. I know the building industry would support this proposal just because there's a lot of text here and we get a lot of questions and people get confused. So I think the simpler we can make it, the better. And I think partly the reason why people are trying to, put some parameters on supplementary heat is because there's not enough consumer education along the lines of energy efficiency and how the user in their home or their building uses certain appliances and whatnot to their fullest potential. And I think any sort of losses that we would get on energy efficiency would be pretty nominal, considering that these things would be used fairly intermittently throughout the year. And I guess in addition to that, I would also just say that a lot of times builders in the current code are upsizing their equipment. And I don't know that our energy modeling and our baselines and whatnot take that into consideration, because I think we're oversimplifying and saying that we're meeting goals when in actuality, when you look at what's happening in the field, we might not be, we might be wasting a lot more energy. So I just wanted to put that out on the table so people could be aware of that the upsizing is a very, very important thing that we need to talk about as well.
Thanks, Andrea. Lisa.
I'm sorry, I'd unmute. I just had two questions actually. So earlier in the discussion, you brought up what the efficiency values would be for heat pump water heaters and low temperature. Did any of the proponents include like some product literature that provides information about that? There are cold climate heat pump products available. And so I think for the benefit of the tag, that would be useful for those that maybe don't know what those efficiencies are. I'm not going to throw any numbers out because I'm not a representative, but that this is something perhaps if there's another a proponent or a tag member that has some literature about that, that could be useful. And then with regards to removing language that provides guidance, less is not necessarily more better when it comes to code language, because there are scenarios, you know, we have to deal with questions all the time where people will say, well, what can I do? And we have to say, well, that element of that requirement is not governed. And that just kind of leaves it wide open for folks to make all their own interpretations. It's not useful or helpful for the jurisdictions when there's less guidance. And so, you know, we're a proponent of providing as much guidance as possible within reason, so that folks don't have to, you know, try to navigate those details that are missing in the code. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Chris Burrows, you were up.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say PSC is a strong proponent of adding in the backup, grid-directed backup. Give you a couple examples. First, I think Henry misspoke a little bit when we said utilities don't already do this. We do. We have the whole gas emergency system set up. So when the pipeline goes down or there's a gas emergency, we can call our top 200 gas users and get them to shut down. So there are things in place inside of utilities to do this type of thing. Secondly, we have huge DR goals or demand response goals coming in the future. And this will help immensely with the ability of us to kind of work those demand response and enable everybody to continue to get reliable, appropriately cost power. Thank you.
Okay. Albert, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to kind of reach back to Greg Johnson's discussion about demand response and so forth. So I spent a lot of time in heat pump water heaters, both unitary and package systems, in central systems, and work with a number of on the policy side for CTA 2045 and EcoPort, which is going to be supporting the demand response systems. And I think those systems are going to be more than adequate to take care of the needs of water heating by heat pump activity rather than a gas backup. My view of the gas backup is it's going to be a complicated engineering addition, and really when you get down to water heating, it's going to be really just regardless of climate. There's cold climate equipment available in single family, 1 unit at a time, or central systems. It's a question of storage, and storage with the proper instruction from the utility side will get us through an overheating event, or any other event could be managed in that way. So I don't really see the gain in adding any more discussion on the supplemental heat. Thanks.
Thanks, Albert. Greg.
You brought up a really good point, Albert, about storage. And so, I mean, and also about being really complicated. And that's part of the hesitation on the water heating on, they don't really today have many options of packaged units, which include the supplemental with the water heater is 1 unit, like they would with space heating. So that's part of the hesitation on removing restrictions because it's not so easy to do. But your good points that you brought up, Albert, about being complicated is maybe a reason to remove restrictions because it's overly complicated. But maybe instead we focus on saying you have to have so much, if you're going to do backup, you have to have so much storage. And then maybe that way the water heating from the heat pump stores it. And if you have sufficient storage, then you won't need to leverage that supplemental backup as much. So that might be another way to skin the cat.
Well, there's a lot of ways to kind of skin that cat.
Let's not skin cats here, okay?
Yeah, okay, great.
I would just hop in that you can go to Home Depot and buy any number of packaged integrated heat pump water heaters that have storage and that CT port for the utilities to initiate an electric backup. I'm kind of confused at what you mean there's no product. It's actually one of the more successful modern day appliances to come out. Those are immensely easy to install, packaged, simple units. So I think that's a little misleading comment there.
just to clarify, you mean there's heat pump water heaters which have integrated gas boiler in
No.
them?
No. Ream heat pump water heaters. So this supplementary goes for electric and gas backup in case you think this is just a gas thing. This is to make a unit function properly. Yeah.
Okay, Dave, and I think we've discussed this quite a bit, and I think we have, you know, of 3 options before us. One is to accept, one is to reject, and one is to attempt to add a grid responsive number 5 to what we passed last time. And we have a lot to cover today, so let's wrap it up soon. Dave Balon.
So actually, this is right on line with my question. I lost connection for a while, and I didn't find out which of the proposals we're looking at. Are we looking at all of Greg's proposals, or are we
No,
looking
we're
at
just looking at 005 right now, which is
just
the
005?
this is
Just
to
005?
strike just 005, which is just to strike the entire 403.5.7.1 supplementary heat section. It's in entirety. Basically, we've already passed the top.
Haven't we already done that?
But the bottom half where we still have the supplementary heat for heat pump water heating systems in the package that we passed. So we're only looking at that right now.
This was a whole discussion about supplemental heat. We're going to add gas water heating to the heat pump water heater. Is that this really the proposal?
The proposal,
Dave, you don't need to catch up here.
yeah, the proposal is more than this, but we've already passed the top part of it. So the
Right.
only part we're discussing now is just the supplementary heat portion of it.
So Chell, I understand now. So can we just have the question? I'd like to call the question if that's
we don't have a
possible.
motion yet.
We don't have a motion yet?
No.
What are we discussing?
We're discussing whether to pass the proposal, but
So
nobody's
I
made a
move
motion
we
to pass it.
disapprove 005.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove 005. And we have a second on it. Further discussion.
Yeah, I would just, since my hand's up, I guess I'll just go, even though I wasn't called on. So I just want to reiterate what Henry said regarding heat pump water heaters. And again, that PSC's desire to create all possibilities for enabling backup. I was involved in a pilot program around heat pump water heaters that was very successful in shifting grid at very minimal residential consumer concern. I was involved with that. It was a very good thing. So like I said, PSC's supportive of any kind of grid enabled paths we can put into this code.
Thanks, Chris. Andrea.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to accept this proposal.
We already
you already got one.
Reject it. So
Sorry, I'm also having internet issues.
oh no, I'm sorry. That sucks to have internet issues. Okay, so we have a motion. We've discussed this quite a bit. I'm not seeing any more hands up. So let us do a roll call vote on this, and people are popping in and out. So with seconds or alternates, so it might be challenging to get through all this, but let's do a roll call vote on that. And the motion is to reject this proposal. In other words, the motion is to keep 403.5.7.1 supplementary heat in the code as we send it to the MVE. So a yes vote is to, I just want to make it abundantly clear, because it's a yes vote is to keep this section in here and reject this proposal.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
is Jeremy Moore in?
Damon Doyle is present.
Oh, okay, Damon,
No.
Wade Craig. Mike Poirier. Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes, and I have to leave the meeting now.
Dave Balon.
Yes.
Jonathan Jones.
Yes.
David Reddy.
David Reddy, we didn't hear you if you're here.
Miguel Rodriguez.
I think David stepped out for like half an hour, but yes.
Kevin Dwell.
No.
Andrea Smith.
Nay.
Irina Rasputnis.
Yes.
Poppy Storm.
Yes.
Albert Rooks.
Yes.
Henry Odom.
Yes.
John Lang.
Yes.
Patrick Hayes.
No.
Luke Howard.
Yes.
Jason Carter.
No.
Jeanette McKay.
No.
Jonah Kinchy.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 12-6.
Okay, this motion passes 12-6. This proposal 005 has been rejected. So let's move on, Greg, to your next. I think that's 006, is it?
Mr. Chair, if I
Sure.
may.
Yeah.
Ty Jennings, Cascade Natural Gas. Sorry to ask to take things out of order, but I would encourage bringing forward my proposal 002 at this time. I believe we can do it expediently, given that we've just had the discussion related to a very parallel approach.
Sure. Yes, I think 002 is fine. Let's discuss that, and please then present it, what the differences are between what has passed already and what this would suggest would put into the code.
Yeah, so very quickly, this is actually very parallel to what has been passed in 035. The only significant difference that will be seen here, in noting that the supplementary heat I have encouraged to be left as is, which I believe is parallel with 035. The significant change would be to the fuel normalization credits. And what I would like to introduce at this time is that I think we need to avoid raising the credit values as proposed by Mr. Odom. One piece of information that unfortunately I was unable to provide as I was unable to attend the meeting a couple weeks ago is in Mr. Odom's description of his proposal. He indicated that the credit values for the fuel normalizations were based upon the presumed efficiency of a gas combustion appliance being 80%, and then the COP of a model piece of equipment being 2.5, and that was the basis for the 3 credits achieved with the heat pump system. However, what I would point out is that that idea is flawed. That idea relies upon the idea that equipment performs consistently throughout the year. We know that for heat pumps, that is simply not the case. If we look at a gas combustion appliance that, say, is running at 80% efficiency, it runs at 80% efficiency, irrespective of what the outdoor air temperature is. However, that is not true for a heat pump appliance. A heat pump appliance installed where the climate gets cold, say here in Eastern Washington where I reside, that COP can drop well below 1. When that does, we're assuming in the fuel normalization credits here, that it remains at that 2.5 COP. I would urge Mr. Odom to revise his proposal to consider either an SCOP value for determining the credit values, or that we accept the fuel normalization credits as I have proposed here. We are simply not comparing equitably the performance of gas and heat pump equipment when we assume that heat pump equipment will perform consistently irrespective of the outdoor temperatures. We know that to be not factually correct. We should not base our fuel normalization credits on something that we know is not correct. So with that, I would urge that we approve just the fuel normalization credits from this proposal, or ask Mr. Odom to revise his proposal to disregard the incorrect assumption that a COP value is maintained year round.
Okay, I'm gonna, so Ty, I guess what you're saying is for this proposal 002, the only part that is germane to our discussion today is this table. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The changes above
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to clear that. And then just to be totally clear, the strikeout of -3 and the replacement of it with 0 is consistent, at least in terms of the numbers in there, with 035 that we did pass, because it changes -3 to 0. But what I think you're trying to say is that the other credits, such as system type 4, should be different in Henry's proposal. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Correct. Or alternatively, we do not raise the number of credits required. Simply striking out the negative credits associated with combustion systems and leaving the required number of credits as is would accomplish the same. Alternatively, I would suggest that we could revise Mr. Odom's proposal so that gas equipment can receive positive credit, because the delta that was assumed in Mr. Odom's proposal simply relies upon COP, which is not a solid measure of the performance when considering seasonal differences.
Okay, I guess to vote on something, we have to have the language in front of us. And you're suggesting a couple of things that I'm not entirely sure what the language of the code that we'd be voting on are. And I think we need.
I would just ask for a vote on the credit values in R406.2. Otherwise, I intend to bring my comments forward at the MVE. And again, this relates to why I was asking if staff had prepared a consolidated document that we could review earlier on, but unfortunately that's not available.
Yeah, and I guess you're more than welcome to bring this forward again at the MVE committee. I think unless we have language or something very, very close to good language in front of us, I think it's going to be really challenging for the tag to vote on it today, because we have to vote on actual language. And I heard you say two things that are not yet things that could be in front of us.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. Is there a way to get that information in front of the tag? I was under the impression the tag is no longer accepting any amendments or proposals.
I think today would be challenging because we need to vote on actual language. At the MVE committee, if you wanted to, ahead of that, rebalance the fuel normalization table based on what you think is correct information, you're more than welcome to. I think your proposal gets at an idea, and we can talk about the idea, but in order to vote on it, we need actual code language. And the -3 to 0, we already voted on that, and it actually is changed from -3 to 0. What's different about, I think, what your intent is to change the other ones as well. And we would need actual numbers in front of us in order to vote on it today. So if you did some, fairly deep analysis of.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Be happy to, I think the MVU would be probably the best place to talk about that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Have language.
I'm simply asking that we move forward this proposal parallel to Mr. Odom's, considering that it does some of the same actions in the deletions in section R403.5.7 and R403.13. The simple difference is just the credit value tables. I'm taking a different approach that respects that COP is not consistent throughout the year. This would be a parallel proposal that accomplishes many of the same things accomplished in 035. Voting on this would just provide a second option to the MVE that would possibly avoid the MVE having nothing to consider when issues with 035 are brought forward.
Okay, so now you're asking us to consider the whole proposal, not just R406.2 modifications in it. So that's
either way. I'm not able to put forward a motion, so I'm providing options to those that are on the tag. I've suggested 2 methods of bringing a proposal forward. I would let anyone from the tag bring either one of those forward.
Motion to approve.
Second.
okay. We have a motion from Patrick to approve, and I'm assuming you're approving the entire 002.
Yes, so it can go to the MVE committee and be diagnosed there as opposed to here.
And
it
that's
appears to me, Shal,
yep,
in your discussions with Ty, that you're trying to crush this or manipulate it from the chair's position, as opposed to letting it go forward to the MVE, which Ty suggested, and that's where it belongs. And I suggest that all the tag members vote to do that.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. The motion, and just to be clear, Patrick, the motion is to pass this as another option to the 035 plus 001 and 020. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you want to speak in favor of your motion in addition to what you already said?
I think it's imperative that the MVE committee has the options in front of them, because this group seems to be just voting pretty much in consensus with the 2021 code cycle, which is not going to get you out of the EPCA issues. And since this group, and watching the votes, looking into the fishbowl, I think it would be best if go ahead and we just vote this stuff through, send it to the MVE committee, and let them decide what goes to the council, considering the legal black cloud that is hanging over this process. And in the interest of everybody's time, including my own, it's almost like we're chasing rainbows the way we are voting. The tag is voting regarding the legal black cloud.
Thank you, Patrick. Andrea, do you have something to say about the proposal?
Yeah, support the motion and just support the idea of having multiple proposals being considered by the MVE and then also the larger SBCC. And I think that this, even though there's not full language, it's not uncommon for tags to pass things based on intent. We did this in the regular rulemaking cycle. So I would say that passing this with the intent of fixing these things, so it's ready for the MVE to review and do with it as it may, would be a fantastic idea. So thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. Henry.
Yeah, I was going to first respond to Ty, and I hear what his angle's coming at, and respect that comment. And then apologize for the position that Patrick just put you in to push this through as is, because definitely cannot support it. But I was going to say what this does and what my proposal does, actually, everything that Ty has put forward in this proposal is captured in mine. What is missing is the rest of the normalization of the table. So to Andrew's comment of putting forward something that isn't complete, it doesn't really sound like our responsibility. It sounds like we're shirking our duties and passing the buck on. Considering the fact that both my proposal covers everything that we're seeing here, except that it goes beyond into the other system types to renormalize it, I do feel like mine's still a more complete proposal. And to Chel's point, these specific credit values could still be debated, but to push this forward, as Patrick seems to think is legitimate, is erroneous, and this is not a proper normalization credit, and we cannot rely on the MVE to fix this on their own. Thanks.
Thanks, Henry. Dave.
Right. So I'm only going to say a couple of quick things. It is true that heat pumps vary with temperature, that their COPs vary quite considerably. It is also true that all of the normalization credits that have been put forth by Henry use a simulation that takes into account the changes in COP over the range of temperatures in the particular weather files, which in this case are Spokane and Seattle. It is very, very difficult for me to understand how anyone living in the 2020s has missed the development of base case heat pumps over the last 30 years. It's true that in 1986, this might have been a fairly decent discussion, but that's long since been resolved by both federal standards and by heat pump designs. It's of course reasonable that the gas company would have relatively limited understanding of how heat pumps are developed and how they're used, but it's not reasonable that we force this CAG or the MVE committee, for that matter, to relitigate things that have been dealt with over the last 30 years.
Thanks, Dave. Damon.
So what I'm hearing Dave and Henry saying, and I will remind this group that when the TAG concluded last year, we did not have this table. This came in, I don't even think it showed up to the MVE. I think it was when we were finally at full council that this was prepared. But what I'm hearing is that they're the only two people qualified in this room to tell us what works and what doesn't work. And that everybody else's proposals, we're dumb, we don't know what we're talking about. And that seems a little bit lopsided to me.
Yes.
Damon, this was part of an initial proposal for the residential that was accepted at that was accepted as a proposal during the normal proposal period. It was not, I think what you said is not correct, in that this was part of the original proposal and was not added at the council level or the MVE level. It was part of the initial proposal that was made. So yeah, I think that's certainly not correct. And I think there are multiple people that are qualified to do this. The reason why I said what I did is that we already passed everything in this proposal, and a specific line that strikes out -3 to 0 has already passed as part of Henry's proposal. What Henry's proposal does is it also changes the other credits, and my specific comment was a technical one, which is if what we're
Mr. Chair,
if what we're voting on, sure, Ty.
I would ask that you not speak to my proposal at this time. I apologize for cutting you off, but What I am asking for here is that this proposal be moved forward parallel and irrespective of Mr. Odom's proposal. While it accomplishes some of the same things, the intent is completely different. By associating what my proposal does with Mr. Odom's proposal, it is devaluing what I have brought forward. So I would ask that that discussion not carry forward.
Okay,
This should be reviewed independent and irrespective of Mr. Odom's proposal. Please review on the merits of my proposal only.
thank you, Ty.
Shell, if I may conclude.
Sure.
We put forth 2 table 406 tables from the tag to the SBCC. The one that was ultimately passed by the SBCC was never reviewed by the tag, and I'm not certain it was reviewed by the MVE because it wasn't ready in time. So to say that now we can't do that again seems a little bit disingenuous.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to understand what so you're saying that the table 406.2 fuel normalization that was passed by the tag a year ago, what were you saying about that?
That was not the one that we ultimately passed by the full council. If you recall, one of the last things that happened in the tag was the full gas ban. And so Henry worked on redoing the table that we ultimately passed at the council level, but it was never brought forth before the tag. The one that is in place right now today was not discussed by the tag.
I would say that the one in place is the 2018 code, and that was reviewed last cycle.
I think he's talking about the one that was supposed to be implemented and is now delayed. And yes, as a tag member, and that is
It's not in place. That's why we're here. So the 2018 code is the one that's in place.
Yes, but the process of how this is all going down is completely different from the first round of process of which Damon is trying to speak towards right now, where we allowed one group to do something based on intent, and now we're not doing that and allowing another group to do the same thing. So yes, I would say as a tag member involved in this, it is disingenuous to the process.
Apologies for the interruption. Ty Jennings, Cascade Natural Gas. I do want to clarify that the 21 code has been adopted. It has actually been recorded in the state registrar's office. So it is in place. It's just not effective yet.
It's true. Okay. I'm trying to make sure we have the facts in front of us. Okay. Poppy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, it's related, but not, my comment is related, but not necessarily about the process. And I am not totally following that, and I am interested in finding out more about the issues with the process, actually. But my comment is that I will be voting no on this motion to pass this proposal. I don't think that it adds anything to what we've already approved. I don't think it's necessary, particularly in relation to EPCA. We have made a number of adjustments within the context of Henry's proposal. We have removed the heat pump requirements. We have shifted the normalization table from carbon to energy, and we've made all of the basically kind of practical adjustments to account for those changes. And the questions around COP, this is not based straight on COP. Those calculations are already accounted for, and those considerations are accounted for as part of the modeling. And we're looking at whether normalized annual averages across all of these equipment types. So I'm not sure what the purpose actually of this proposal is, except that I think it adds some confusion. But I am, as I said, interested in what the issues are with the process, because I do recognize that there are a lot of different versions of things, and this is a complex process that we're participating in. Thank you.
Thanks, Poppy. Henry.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the complexity comments that were brought up by a few people about how there's only so few people who can understand this table. And I just wanted to kind of boil it down to just say that anyone who votes in favor of moving this forward, I'd like to go on record that you are stating that a federal minimum heat pump is 80% efficient throughout the year. That is what system 1 and 2 would do if this proposal was accepted. You are claiming that a heat pump can only produce heat at 80% efficient, equal to a gas furnace. And I'll let you decide if you feel like that is true. Thank you.
Thanks, Henry. Patrick.
I'm going to speak against what Henry just said. Ty's proposal takes in averaging, and day in, day out in energy code compliance, we average. And we are not assuming that a heat pump 100% of the time runs at 80%. But what it is assuming is the opposite of that, in that it does not run at 100% efficiency 100% of the time. So there's two ways to look at things. And that is, do you take the high side or the low side, or do you take the average? And in energy code compliance, we average everything all day long. It is a good proposal.
Patrick, if you're going to take averages, a heat pump is 350% efficient, not 100% efficient. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Chris.
Yeah, hey, David mentioned that Henry's calculations already took in seasonality with Seattle and Spokane. Henry, can you kind of go into that a little more and explain how your calculations don't just take the top line COP, but also include those seasonal factors?
So there's kind of two pieces going here. This table of a fuel normalization was originally based on carbon output. And as the EPCA concerns came up this cycle, actually what my table has done is gone to site energy efficiency. And so that actually goes from an annualized carbon output based on those CO2 per kilowatt hour that we did last cycle that caused a lot of heartache, and this went back to a site energy efficiency. So actually going to the site energy use sets the basis on the federal minimum rating for equipment, which for a heat pump is COP rated at 47 degrees. So in the context of this table, it is an annualized carbon, but mine would go in a different.
So it doesn't take, so does it take into account seasonality, or just uses that standard COP 47?
My table would actually go on standard COP 47.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Wait.
Did you call me, Shell?
Gregory Johnson, yeah.
You mentioned 350% average efficiency for heat pumps. Well, that's interesting because on your typical system,
Gregory, it was 350 is the top end to create the average. I was not claiming 350.
Okay, well, I mean, 300% is the bar that you need in order to, when you have 100% gas used to generate electricity. So that would be the coldest time of the year. I mean, during the other times of the year, we're not using 100% gas. We're using, like during the spring, where we're using hydro. But during like the winter months, when 100% gas is used to produce the electricity, you need over 300% efficiency in order to have a heat pump make more sense and have lower emissions. So that's for your typical, and that's typical. That's your typical system. So that's interesting because with an average, you're talking about all year round. So during the winter time, you're not getting over 300% efficiency with the heat pump. You're getting, if you're lucky with a cold weather one, and it's maybe in the 20 degrees or maybe the teens, you might get 200% with the Mitsubishi system. If you're down 5 degrees, you're getting maybe 150% efficient. So you're well below half. So that's kind of interesting.
So Greg, you're going back into the grid conversation, which comes up every second option for every proposal. We are talking about federal rated efficiencies, which I believe is a very specific EPCA concern. Bringing up grid mix every time we talk about any efficiency is just making us stay here for hours and hours. So is a call to question applicable here?
I mean, TAG members can call the question anytime. It requires a second and a 2/3 majority to end discussion. Are you doing that, Henry?
Yeah, call the question.
Okay, is there a second?
Albert will second.
Okay, we have a call the question and a second. So this is a vote on ending discussion. So we'll do a roll call vote on ending discussion on this right now. Go ahead, Krista.
Damon Doyle,
No.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin. Oh, sorry, Ray Alshouse,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones.
Can I ask for clarity? Is this to like literally end the discussion on Ty's proposal, or is this the vote for Ty's proposal?
This is just to end the discussion on Ty's proposal.
No.
David Reddy, are you back?
Yes, I'm back and my vote is yes.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Andrea Smith,
Nay.
Irina Rasputness,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Abstain.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard, Liz Reichert,
Abstain.
Jason Carter,
Nay.
Jeanette McKay,
No.
Jonah Kinchy,
Yes.
motion carries 8-7.
It doesn't carry. I think it requires 2/3
Oh, yeah, sorry.
to call the question. So the call the question fails. We will keep discussion going. I would like to, as the chair, I'd like to make sure that I think it's in the interest of everybody to be able to go through all these proposals today and finish it up today, so we don't need another meeting. So I would ask that you don't repeat information that you've already repeated. I think the discussion is good. Let's bring up new information. Let's do it concisely. And so we can go through the proposals thoughtfully, but also speedily. Elliot, you're next.
Hey, speaking from a distribution point of view, the combustion table, and this is a question, has that been done with the new SEER2, HSPO2, COP 5 degrees or 17 degrees? How is it measured in today's current standard? Because I think that would affect the table 1. 2, I think pushing this forward as a alternate with some adjustments might be a great thing. That's all I have.
Thanks, Elliot. And the question was directed to whom?
Henry, I believe, is the one who did the table originally, correct?
Yep. So Henry.
Yeah, so Henry, what did we factor in only SEER 1 or did we do SEER 2 as well?
Believe the tables referenced here in the commercial code is SEER 1.
This is the residential code.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but there's table
there's
2.
no-
Okay, the
C4,
tables,
3,
yep. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no SEER in water heating.
But
This
I'm
is
talking
space
about
heating.
the entire fuel normalization table. So the whole issue with that is going to be SEER 1 hasn't been manufactured for over 6 months.
This is referencing the commercial code. If you'd like to update the
The
code.
residential code, isn't it?
So this is a space heating standard normalization. Water heating is not included in this table. And if you look at system type 2, saying a heat pump that meets federal standards for equipment listed in table C, which is commercial code C403322, you can reference that. The residential code does not list federal standards, but the commercial code does. So this is directly referencing federal minimums as listed in the Washington State Commercial Code.
And I think just to add to that, the Code Council approved a crosswalk for the new efficiency.
Which I did send new information in, Shell, on that. There is some stuff we would have to do at the MVE, but that's for a later discussion. So, okay, I just want to know how this table is working with the with the crossover that we're having right now. So, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Elliot. Chris Burrows, you're up.
Yeah, hey, Elliot took most of my question. I was just curious a little bit to dig into my previous comment about why using what you said COP 47 and not 15 or 17 or SCOP in calculations. And is there like is there a requirement that you have to do that, or can you expand on that a little bit? Henry, sorry.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. For referencing federal standards, I understand there's limitations to it, but I think if I were to start adding in seasonality COPs based on my own weather file calculations, that would further add more complications. So I referenced the federal rating of equipment. Feels straightforward. I understand there's concerns, which we can discuss, but that is the approach we took. I will say for the credit values, all the values in the table, all of our targets, whether we're meeting it, is a weather file run 8760 hours per year with temperature dependence of equipment performance. So I want to make that abundantly clear that the modeling, the results, the values of the credits below this table, the actual energy credits, those are all modeled with weather files with heat pump performance curves dependent on weather throughout every hour of the year. It is this fuel normalization, which is based off of the federal rated efficiency. Hope that's clear.
A little bit clear as mud, but I think I'm tracking you. Okay, so then seasonality was inserted into this. And it's not only just calculated based on usage. It's there is a performance curve in there, and that's just like a standard curve that's used in different modeling softwares.
Exactly. As with any modeling program, every hour of the year, weather file, part load, based on needs of the house. All that modeling, full annualized.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Kevin.
Yeah, quick follow up on that one. So just to be clear, credits values are based on full weather files. Normalization is based on COP 47. Does that mean that electric resistance is not included in the normalization for a a heat pump system?
No.
Was that a no, it does not, or no, it, I don't understand the answer.
Electric resistance system here is on item 3, but you're talking about supplemental.
Yes, supplemental for heat pumps, sorry.
That's included in the modeling.
Yeah, that's included.
It is included. It's even demonstrated in manufactured testing on test bench.
But are we talking in the normalization table specifically?
As I said, it's based on the federal minimum rated for that equipment. So I'm not adding any supplemental on my own calcs beyond what the equipment rating is.
And
Right.
and that's my question is, does the federal standard include electric resistance supplemental heat for colder temperatures?
Yeah, correct. It does. That's the standard procedure for testing that equipment.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Jonathan. You lowered your hand. David, ready?
Yeah, no, I was trying to hit both at the
Okay.
same time so I wouldn't forget. and
Okay.
It takes a moment. My question is actually directed towards Ty. It's always I'm a let the facts speak for themselves kind of individual. Could you produce the mathematical equations by the time this proposal reached the MVE to support your perspective?
Could do.
I mean, because in the spirit of this tag, it was to offer at least somewhere between 1, 2, 3 proposals, and this seems to be the argument behind this one is the math. And so, in the spirit of what the tag has been directed to do, which is propose multiple proposals, I'm just saying that maybe in light of this, we should at least see if the math is viable to support Ty's perspective before just abolishing this and moving on.
That sounds reasonable. I think Ty agreed to do that. So thanks. Thanks, Jonathan. David, ready?
Yeah, I would support that suggestion. I'm a little confused why this table isn't based on modeling versus just based on equipment ratings. I assume this field normalization table was based on modeling, but and I guess I'm wondering, questioning that statement about the fact that the federal ratings include electric resistance when the COP is rated at 47. And supplemental energy is not expected to be used at, or in some codes, not allowed to be used at 47-degree outdoor air temperature. So I think there's some clarity that needs to be added there, and maybe some math of the values that go into calculating these normalization numbers would answer that question.
Thanks, David. Gary.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully we'll get to my proposal ultimately, but there is no fuel normalization or energy equalization table anywhere in any code that I'm aware of outside of what we're looking at here. The credits tables in both the IECC and ASHRAE, number one, are based on energy cost, and number two, compare gas to gas and electric to electric. It is not a fair comparison on a site energy basis to be comparing a heat pump to an 80% gas furnace. It's very obviously not a fair comparison. If you're going to start comparing gas to electric, you need to be using source energy. And I realize that would create a whole new debate here, but having something based upon site energy is just not a fair comparison. And there should not be any type of equalization table in the code at all. We need to go back to a common sense, reasonable credits table, patterned after national codes, and get on with it rather than trying to create some heavily biased credits table as Washington has done here. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. I have to jump off soon, so I'm going to kind of squeeze a question in before I have to jump off. So just for the benefit of the tag, so we all understand what the process is going to look like going forward. So when we talk about information is going to be presented for particular proposals to the MVE committee at a later date. And one that, came to mind was the discussion about, grid response. Can you explain, it doesn't have to happen right now, maybe it's not the right time, maybe later in the meeting, what that process would look like? Because people can't turn in new proposals at this point. And so it would be helpful for anybody who's involved in this to know, like, how will they get that information to the MVE committee so that they can consider it? Thank you.
Yeah, so we have one set of proposals passed. We could pass other sets of proposals. They will go to the MVE committee. That will be a public comment time as well. And people could submit modifications of those proposals. Anybody could submit, say, hey, I think this number 1 should be number 2, or I think something else could happen with the code. They could submit not a code proposal change, but a comment ahead of the MVE committee or at the MVE committee. And the MVE committee would, consider that comment. And then once the MVE committee sends something to the council would then, anybody in this room or anybody in the public could send suggestions, to change something in this table or something somewhere else in there. And, if it's not probably wouldn't accept like a massive new idea, but some modification of a table, like, adding exception 5 to what we talked about earlier, that's probably, reasonably minor thing that could be accepted at the MVE or the council level. And then after that, it gets to the council, it'll probably go to a CR 102 process, which is an official comment period where anybody can suggest, modifications to the changes to the code that are being proposed in the CR 102 process and a hearing, and then the council will vote on that. So there's plenty of time to make modifications, provide additional documents, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, that answers my question. Thank you. But one additional question. So in the typical tag process, when a proponent hears feedback from the tag, where there's a recommendation that's made that may actually change the scope of the original proposal, that proponent is given the opportunity to kind of go back, make those revisions to their proposal, and then bring it forward as an amended or changed proposal. Does that have to happen as a public comment in this process you described, or is it going to fall under that same process when we're in the tag, where the proponent, like in this case, there's been requests by the tag members that modeled values be provided to accompany this proposal? Would that be considered a public comment, or would that be something the proponent actually puts forth and says, this is my amended proposal?
I think those would be roughly the same thing. So I think proponents can suggest modifications to their proposals, and other people can suggest, modifications to proposals at the MVE committee. So I don't know that there's a huge difference between the two things. We're responding to a specific request by the council. So, we want to get the good information to the MVE, out of the tag, and to the council. So I don't know that there's a big difference between those two things, Lisa.
All right. Well, thanks for the explanation.
Yeah, Patrick.
Okay, I got the mute off. In listening to David and Luke, it really makes sense to move this forward to the MVE committee. That they both attested to that there's flaws in Henry's work and methodology. Not that the work is flawed, but in just methodology, and maybe there's another way to look at this. And It is the responsibility of this group to move things forward, and we have the option to move multiple things forward. So let's do that and let it get sorted out in the MVE. It's kind of like the funnel process. Sooner or later, we start at the top of the funnel and it's wide and open, and then we go down the funnel and it gets smaller and smaller. And this is pushing this towards the bottom of the funnel. And that is a good process.
Thanks, Patrick. Dave, Balin.
Let's see. There's a couple things I'd like to say. One is that the Washington Code has been based on site energy as long as there has been a Washington Energy Code, which is roughly 30 years. While it's true that we could change it to source energy, it is also true that that isn't going back to our original intent. The second thing is that all of the work that Henry did and work that's been done previously in various code cycles have been based on heat pump curves with electric resistance supplemental where heat pumps couldn't actually meet the capacity requirements in cold climate. It's always been there. It's been there since the very beginning. And at this point, the only thing that's changed is that the federal minimum standard has changed 2 other times since we started having these tables. But that isn't really at issue. It isn't that we didn't do HSPF properly. It isn't that we didn't use curves. That was all done, and it has been done in every code cycle. Essentially, it's a kind of confusion that's happened in this meeting that makes it sound like that never did happen, and that's just wrong. So I'm really not sure what Patrick means. This is a legitimate proposal. It is not a legitimate proposal. Once you decide that site energy is the metric, and once you decide that you're going to use site energy, absolutely, that is whatever the particular heating system or cooling system that is being installed, that the site energy is the metric by which we decide which is the most efficient. So in the case of gas, if you use 0.8 furnaces, you have to do other things that change the efficiency of the building so that the gas is using equivalent site energy to a heat pump that's modeled in the way that the HSPF is required. It's true that you can set the heating system equipment efficiency at 0 in the normalization table. But in order to do that, you also have to adjust all the other cases so that that's the base case. I am not quite sure. I am quite sure that the proposal does not actually even address that question. I'm not sure that they would even know how to do that. Leaving that aside, it's actually odd the way this has come out, where we're basically relitigating issues that we've had in the previous 2 code cycles, and I'm not sure why, other than it's inconvenient that that gas is so inefficient relative to modern heat pumps.
Okay, thanks, David. And I just wanted to clarify that this is a legitimate proposal from a code standpoint. You said it was not a legitimate proposal. It is a legitimate proposal, and we can vote on it. Just wanted to clarify that. David, ready?
Yeah, I just want to kind of make sure people understand. I'm not saying, I don't believe this proposal is complete. To David's point, it doesn't address all the other portions of this section that would need to be changed to make this change. So I would vote no on it. But if this normalization table is based on ratings only at a specific temperature only, then that does suggest that there needs to these numbers may need to be looked at, because you have to account for that annual performance, I believe, to have these numbers for the normalization. So I just want to be clear on my comment.
To clarify, the modeling, it is an 8760 model. It uses the curve that applies across that range of temperatures, and it uses it hourly so you have an annual estimate for the heat pump. It's true
So-
that for gas furnaces, it's a single value. But
Okay.
for heat pumps, it does include that, and it includes electric resistant supplemental if the heat pump specified is not meeting the heat requirements of the building.
So can I just ask Henry to clarify, because I think I heard something different from Henry.
Yeah.
And that was his proposal,
Sure.
so.
Okay, so we're about Henry's proposal.
Excuse me?
You're asking a question about Henry's proposal, not the proposal that we're.
Well, I guess because that's related
Yeah,
to these
it is
numbers.
related.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and Henry and answer that if you want.
Yep. So, yeah, I guess I kind of misspoke. The table in 2018, as we mentioned, is based on carbon. That's why it was a fuel normalization instead of site energy, which has been updated, not in this proposal, but the other one. It basically used a federal minimum gas furnace at 80% as the basis for the state, because up until that point, that was the most commonly used system. And so that set the standard, if energy consumption based purely on space heating energy, not water heating. And then the federal minimum central heat pumps were modeled against that on an annualized basis and compared both on energy and then applied with the carbon to make a carbon normalization credit. So that was actually based on annualized runs back in 2018. What we've done here on this new one is a site energy update. And when I've been saying COP, I basically just turned an HSPF rating into a COP for simplicity. And I believe that is oversimplifying this single rating point that we've been started talking about. So I believe hopefully that kind of clears it up a bit.
So just the normalization table here, the comparison and the kind of rough numbers that are used in this table reflect an annual analysis of these specific systems compared to each other. Is that correct?
This was based off of zero credit, like a code prescriptive federal minimum gas furnace, electric resistance, a DHP, and a central furnace, using those performance curves, modeled 8760, to develop a normalized value of a baseline energy use between different homes.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Okay, we have discussed this for over an hour now. I think many points have been made. I think a lot of clarity has happened. I would ask people who've already spoken to not reiterate their points and to make only new points. Johnny.
Yeah, I would encourage folks to vote against this because I believe that this actually would put the overall proposal, would put the credits table into an area which could actually violate EPCA because we are now not treating covered products on a one-to-one energy equivalent basis. It would actually have the EUI for a gas furnace, which would be the energy use, would there'd be a handicap basically in favor of that because they would not be balanced based on their energy use, which is what this table is doing. So I think that this is both bad towards reaching the efficiency goals as well as legally.
Thanks, Johnny. Andrea.
Yeah, I would just like to offer a suggestion, I guess, for people who in the future submit code change proposals and maybe even for SBCC staff and counselors to consider going forward. I think a lot of this could have been avoided if we were to request people provide their methodology and assumptions as part of their proposal so that, everyone's on the same page of like what's being analyzed and what's included in that analyzation, if that's a word. So just a little bit of suggestion there. Thank you.
Yeah, good suggestion. Okay, I see no more hands up. Let's vote. The motion on the table is to pass this whole proposal, at one point, we had talked about only considering, I think Ty had suggested we only consider this table, but the motion was made to consider the entire proposal 002, passing it as an alternate or as a second option for the MVE to consider in addition to 035 with 001 and 020 in it. So that's the motion on the table. So a yes vote passes this as another option for the MVE to consider. So let's do a roll call vote on this.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Ray's Althouse,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickman,
I was going to defer to Kevin on this, since I wasn't here. at the
Gary,
beginning.
Gary, if you're present, you're the voter on this one. It's that's just the rules. You're the
Okay,
president. So
then-
if you're present, you have to vote. I mean,
Sure.
you get the
Then I vote yes.
okay.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina Resputness,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Albert Rooks,
No.
Henry Odom,
No.
John Lang,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard, Liz Reichert,
No.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchie.
No.
Motion fails 10-6 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails 10-6 with 2 abstentions. So we'll move on to the next proposal on Kevin's list. We've discussed a lot of issues. I urge us to go expediently through these. We have a lot to cover, and I want to make sure that we get through other things. Right now, I want us to take a 5-minute break. It's been 2 hours, and I realize that some people need to refill their coffee or take care of things. So let's pause for 5 minutes before we consider the next one. So we'll reconvene at 10:44. See you. Welcome back, everybody. We have a wonderful 5-minute break. We are moving on. And so, again, I'm going to urge you to please try and be speedy with your comments. We need to discuss things, but we also don't need to relitigate things that we've talked about over and over before. Okay, so this is which one is this? This is 006. This is Greg Johnson. Greg, or I guess Gary. Kevin, sorry, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Shell. I wanted to suggest that 006 and 0017 just be combined. They're essentially the same. And that a motion be made to approve them because these changes are already incorporated in 035.
Okay.
I would be supportive of that. I like that. And also I would just want to advocate that this should really not require much discussion, and this would send a clear message to the MBE that those sections are, regardless of what we do throughout the rest of the code, those sections just have to be removed for EPIC compliance. And I believe everyone else on the call should agree because Odom's proposal also noted similar stuff.
Thanks, Greg. I guess Arena, I'll get to you. Go ahead, Arena, I guess.
Sorry, my comment is unrelated. I'm getting to drop off for an hour at 11. So just letting you know, and I see that Chris Burrows is on. He's my alternate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Arena. Greg, you can speak in support of your proposal, and if you wanted to make a motion on it, you could. And I guess I'm trying to think through how you would make a motion on it.
I can't make a motion since I'm not voting of this one.
Good point.
And I already noted in support of what Kevin said, and I just gave the reasons why. So
okay, cool. I have to give you the opportunity to speak in support of it. Yeah. Kevin said something about it as well, and I guess if this is already part of Henry's proposal, we would pass this as another option, or we would. I guess Kevin.
It'd be another option, parallel option, and it would just be sending the message that regardless what we did throughout the rest of the code, these sections everyone agrees have to change. And so you'd have two proposals that say the same thing, and it'd be a clear, quick message for the MBE committee to say, oh yeah, we got two proposals saying remove this. I guess we got to remove it.
So this would be an additional, I guess someone can make a motion, but I guess what I'm hearing is that motion could be to accept these and have them as another option to the one we passed 035 with options on it. Anybody can make another different kind of motion if they want. So go ahead. David, ready?
So is that what we would be voting to approve as a second option? So they're independent?
Well, I don't know. I'm not saying that's a good idea or a bad idea. I guess I'm trying to figure out what people could make motions for. So a motion could be to reject this because we already have it in another proposal. A motion could be to accept this because it's already part of the proposal. A motion could be to accept this as a parallel path to the 035 that we already passed. I think all three of those motions are in order and consistent with the way we're looking at things. So someone can make a motion if they want. We're not. Dave Balon. Dave Balon, you're on mute.
Are we talking about all of Greg's proposals that from 07 through 10 as a kind of package? Is that what you're proposing?
I am not. I'm just trying to list the options that tag members could make motions for.
Right. So
include.
So I would like to make a motion in that case.
Okay.
I move that we disapprove proposals 7 through 10 as proposed.
Okay, and I think we're looking at 6 right now.
Only 6?
Well,
but
we're
6
looking
is
at 6.
essentially the same as 7 or 5. We already dispensed with that one.
I mean, you can make motions in whatever way you wanted, but we're looking at 6 right now. So
okay. So I'll put 6 in that too. I thought we had already dealt with 6. That we disapprove proposals 6 through 10 as essentially alternatives as we disapprove them as alternatives to 035.
Okay. Is there a second for Dave Bailon's motion?
This is Jonah. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, Dave, do you want to speak to your motion and specifically? Yeah, go ahead.
I realize this sounds a little like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but at this point, we have gone through the normalization table argument. We've actually made votes that accepted it more or less in the form that Henry presented it. And the only thing that we get out of Greg's further proposals is relitigate the normalization table again, and the relatively incomplete proposals relative to water heating and space heating at the end of his in the 09 and 010. So I think at this point, we've already had these discussions sufficiently. We've already voted on them sufficiently, and we should move on to other proposals down the line.
Okay, thanks, Dave. And Jonah, as the second, do you want to speak to the motion? Okay, I'm hearing you. And I guess to be totally clear, 6 through 10 is the motion. 7 is regarding the R405 path, but the other ones are regarding the prescriptive path. So yeah, you can see 6 is here and 7 is a Greg Johnson proposal that talks about R405.4.1. So that's also in the motion. Okay, so we'll go to discussion on this. Gary.
Yeah, thanks. Second, I just lost my screen. Speaking against the motion, another power play by Mr. Bailon here to try to scrap everything, and we have not discussed all of these issues. We certainly have discussed deleting water heating, space heating. We have not discussed requiring same system type in R405 for 007. We have not discussed issues regarding 009. We have not discussed issues in 010. So I think, although technically in order, in my mind, out of order, let's discuss those that we haven't discussed. I'm voting against this motion.
Thanks, Gary. Greg, and since these are your proposals, Greg, if you wanted to go through them, you would, of course, be welcome to do so.
Well, I think this is the same move that happened last time, just trying to blanketly eliminate proposals without even discussing it. I don't think that's really fair in the spirit of doing things. I was hoping for a quick vote with to speed this along to see if we could get agreement on just one proposal, but instead this might be a long drawn out conversation. So I don't, yeah, so that I'm, and then the other note about this is included in, there's some other nuanced fixes that are pretty important along the way. And the proposals we haven't discussed, such as proposal 7 has a nuanced fix. And then there's a lot of, yeah, so I mean, I would encourage people to vote against this, so that way we can take up each one, and some of these can go pretty quick, a lot quicker since we've discussed them already. Like maybe if we voted individually on 6, we could get a quick vote as opposed to a long drawn out discussion on this.
Mm-hmm. Greg, I guess you would be more than welcome to walk us through proposals 6 through 10 at this point. If you want.
Okay, I can, so, well, 6, I mean, we talked about, I mean, that's language I think everyone should agree on. And so if we pass 6, which 6 is the same as 17, as Kevin pointed out, if we pass those two, everyone can kind of agreement that, yeah, we need to fix that section no matter what. I mean, even ODM's 35 includes this language. If we went to 7, 7 is a very simple, small fix. Basically on the standards reference design. We're just switching it to the system as proposed, same system efficiency as required for prevailing minimum standard. That's same language in the 2018 code. What we had switched it to in 2021 was heat pump only. Well, that's in clear violation of EPCA. So if you, by just switching it back to whatever's proposed and in there, you've solved an EPCA issue. It's a very simple fix. And we're leaving in all the other new stuff that was added to this table. So they had a bunch of sizing proposed, how you size systems and stuff. And that's left in there from the 20. So that's that one. If you went to proposal number 8,
And everybody, just to be clear, R405 is the modeling path. Just so that was, we've exclusively been coming prescriptive path, but R405 proposal 7 is the modeling path. I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that.
and then proposal 8, essentially what the big change here is deleting system type 2, which is treats any heat pump which has supplementals separate from heat pump without supplemental. And that's the most significant one. Deleting, so anytime you penalize supplemental heat, and you got a clear EPCA violation. I mean, I won't bring it up again because we've already talked about emissions and stuff, but when it comes to EPCA, if you're penalizing something that is meant for backup use or for extreme conditions, or and you can argue on different sides of the mountain how often those conditions occur, but if you're penalizing supplemental heat, you've got a clear EPCA violation. And so that's something that should be voted on separately on whether we wanted to eliminate supplemental. And that's, I think, the most significant thing ever. I mean, I think you might be able to, I'm not a lawyer, so take this with a grain of salt, but I think you might be fine if you were able to, you have a chance, and you might be fine. You have a chance of complying with EPCA if you allowed supplemental heat without penalty, without restriction. But the moment you start adding some restrictions on it, you got a clear EPCA violation for supplemental. So that's what that one is. And then we already discussed the credit adjustment, which was in Ty's proposal. 9, we switched to 9. So 9 basically adds in an option for getting a credit for gas for supplemental. So since we have since I'm a huge fan of supplemental, I mean, we should encourage people not to use 80% efficiency supplemental, but we should encourage them to use 95% efficient supplemental. I mean, we want to have higher efficiency, so they should get credit for that. And so if they were to have a system and paired it with the supplemental heat, and they were to increase the efficiency of that supplemental heat, then why not give them a credit? We're making things cleaner. And then if we go to let's see, I skipped on my
and Greg, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So the option 3.2 in here that you show was not part of the proposal 001 or 020 that we did pass as part of the 035, right?
No, that was not part of anything else. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's brand new.
So this
adding
3.2 is a new one.
Yep, it's a new one. It's basically just saying we're gonna incentivize increasing the efficiency of supplemental systems. So it's giving people half a credit for that.
Okay.
And then and then if you go to 10, because we were just looking at 9 to on to 10. So 10's just adding back in credits for your water heating to increase the efficiency when you use gas. I mean, obviously we have to allow gas, you can't ban it. So do you want people using higher efficiency? So we should be adding back in the credits for there. So it gives them a chance to get half a credit again. Or for the 5.6 or 5.3, they get a full credit. So that's just adding those credits back in as was in 2018.
Okay, thanks, Greg. And these are also new. In other words, they're not passed as part of the 035 with 001 and 020, right?
That is correct. Those are new. So, and that's to your point. We should consider them individually and not just blanketly try to kick them out.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Ty, you are next.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for affording Mr. Johnson the opportunity to speak to his proposals and disprove the statement of Mr. Balon. The statement that similar language had already been discussed is false. I do want to remind the tag that this is not Mr. Balon's first attempt to throw out a batch of proposals. This at face value is an attempt to disrupt the process and preclude the consideration of proposals other than that of his ally in Mr. Odom's proposal 035. So urge the tag to hear these proposals out at full and consider them independently and not make this a political alignment.
Thanks, Ty. To be clear, I find the motion in order, but that doesn't mean it's a great motion, but I find it in order, just to be totally clear on what you said.
Yes, sir. Understood, Mr. Chair. I'm not suggesting that it is out of order. I just believe that it's out of decorum.
Okay, thanks. Kevin, you're next.
Thanks, Joe. We've been using this spreadsheet, and I just wanted to clarify that Greg's proposal number 7 isn't in this matrix because it is dissimilar. It doesn't align cleanly with the column R405.2 Prin 1, and that's why it's not included. But I didn't want to suggest that it's being forgotten or something. So thank you.
Yep, yeah, it's R405, which is not what your spreadsheet was primarily about. So
yeah.
Yep. Chris, you are next. Chris Burrows.
Yeah, hey, so I just wanted a question more for Dave. He stated in his motion that these haven't been talked about. Greg went through and I found at least 7, 9, and 10. We have not talked about them at all. And I'm curious, Dave, what research and how you came to that conclusion that we've already talked about these before you made your motion.
Yes. Well, I suppose I was a little premature in at least 2 of these cases. The main reason that you put 7 in was because the language as it's proposed goes back to the like for like system analysis without actually comparing it across fuel baselines. The EPCA clearly allows us to set a baseline based on federal minimum standards. What this proposal does is say you have to send 2 baselines, one for the gas and one for the electric. And that was exactly what we tried not to do in this proposal. The second issue, I guess I have to admit that in 10, I thought those were already included in Henry's, and I haven't gone back to check to see if that's really true. Those have been in the table for more or less forever, those two proposals, and I have no objections to them, so I would withdraw 10 from this altogether. The supplemental fuel, I confess to have not understood what he's trying to do here. And it seems to me that the actual discussion we've had already about supplemental fuels, and especially in the last one, more or less assumes that we are going to not directly specify supplemental fuels. There was, it should be pointed out, in the original past version from the CR 103, supplemental fuel language that assumed that you would be able to put a gas furnace in conjunction with a heat pump with some specific operating restrictions. That's not really in any of these proposals. It is in Henry's, but it's not. This is not really that. It isn't so much a supplemental fuel. It's actually a co-heater, a co-space heater, where you allow a gas furnace to operate during cold temperatures and an electric heat pump to operate during warmer temperatures, which I thought was a pretty generous supplemental fuel definition. So I'm not quite sure what this proposal actually is meant to do. That's different than what we've had in the normalization table already. Other than, well, I don't know what it's supposed to do. So it seems to me we've already done it. Is that all of them that we have to talk about? I can't remember whether I've got everything covered. Oh, we did 6-8. Fuel normalization table roll is simply a rollback. I don't understand what. I mean, that's the one discussion that we've not had yet, which how do we roll back the code to the 2018 standard? That is a legitimate proposal, and there's at least 2 other proposals that are like that. I'm happy if we have that now, but it seems like it's a very, very odd proposal to have in the context of the requirements of the SBCC, the state legislature, and the goals that we've had for these code proposals for the last roughly 20 years.
Thank you, Dave. I heard you say you wanted to modify your motion. Can you state how you would modify your motion? It sounded like you wanted to
take 10 out
from your motion.
10 can stay. 10 seems to me that 10. I thought 10 was already. I thought this was already in there. I haven't looked back.
So you're moving 10 from your motion.
Pardon me.
You're removing 10 from your motion?
Yes.
Okay. And then who made the second on the motion? Do you accept that as well?
I do accept that. And I would say too that it does look like proposal 35 does include some of these already. I was just flipping back to remind myself of some of the changes we made to the energy credit chart. And while not identical, they do seem to address the same issues in the one we've already passed.
Okay. Sure.
Hearing the discussion from Mr. Balon, I believe he is actually referring to proposal 007. Can we provide that proposal on the screen and receive clarification? Is that the one that he is referring to and that he is mixing up his numbers?
You mean by changing his motion to not include it?
Correct. In hearing him speak, I believe this is the one that he was
okay.
Was already included. Can David please
Dave, is this the one that you intended to not include?
I intended to include all the others except 10, which basically allows credits for gas-fired heat or water heaters.
Okay, so Todd,
and that has been in there before. I thought that was still in there, but if I'm wrong, then we can continue it. But we should probably check to see. It sounds like someone did, and it sounds like
There it is. That's what you're referring to at the bottom of the screen. Sorry.
Correct.
Yep. So Ty, I believe he was referring to 10 and not 7.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yep. Okay. So I think it would be good to check on these right now and make sure that I guess so 10 is not part of the motion anymore. So let's not look at 10 anymore because that's not part of the current motion. Okay, let's continue with discussion. Patrick, you are up.
Yeah, I have 035 opened, and I'd just like to clarify for the voting members of the TAG that on the disclosure portion of 035, the author is Henry Odom, the organization is Ecotope, and the other contact name is David Balin. So it appears, even though David keeps referring to this as Henry's proposal, they're a bit joined at the hip here. So it's a little self-serving to promote this as someone else's proposal while at the same time your name's on the ticket. So
Patrick,
everybody
I'm very sorry that you're confused here. I would expect someone that's been on these committees for long enough, as long as you have, you would know
Right.
that my role here is not a neutral observer.
Yep. And I believe multiple TAG members have collaborated on proposals before and will do so again. In fact, we encourage TAG members to, collaborate as long as you're not forming a quorum to come up with proposals. So I guess, Patrick, what else did you need to say?
I stand by my statement.
Okay. Greg, you're up next. Greg Johnson.
So to clarify something that you had mentioned, David, about supplemental heat. Yes, Odoms and other places remove some restrictions allowing supplemental heat, but it severely penalizes it. So if you look at the fuel normalization table, you get less points the moment you add supplemental heat in. And you get, and so you lose, so according to Odom's thing, he was giving 3 credits for a heat pump, and he drops it in half the moment you add supplemental heat. And so that is the problem. You're penalizing supplemental heat and saying you can't, we're going to make you do more stuff. And so that is the big rub there that I just want to clarify, that it's important that we remove all penalties associated with supplemental heat, or you're going to, in my non-lawyer opinion, you're in clear violation of EPCA.
Thanks, Greg. And then let's not look at 10 because 10 is not part of the current motion. But 10 is not on the screen. Let's make sure the other ones, if we want to look at them, are on the screen. But right now, 10 is not part of the current motion. So go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, thank you, Shell. I'm not sure how to say this, I guess, but I would suggest that proposal 7 should not be part of this motion because all it does is make a correction to an EPCA violation. That's enough said.
Thanks, Kevin. Andrea.
Yeah, I just was curious if anybody has information about where we meet on where we're going towards our goal of 70% and how close we are, because if I remember from our conversations in the TAG in regular rulemaking, we were pretty close. And so I don't know that reducing stringency in this context would really matter.
Thanks, Andrea. There was a report that is on the Building Code Council website that shows progress towards the 2031 goals. And the residential code is slightly ahead of where, or based on the modeling that was done, the residential code energy code is slightly ahead of where the kind of the smooth glide path is yeah, so that's where it is, and everybody can access that on the website.
Okay, thank you. It would be helpful if maybe there was a spot where like, because I see the one that somebody's hovering on right there, and then there's like another one like attached to meetings and stuff. So it's very confusing which one I'm supposed to be looking after. So that's just a slight request, I guess.
I'm not sure I understand.
There's I remember there being the one from like April, and I think
Okay, yeah.
that's still yeah. And so I'm just confused because there's I've been poking around the website and there's like different things in different spots, and I'm like, I don't know which one to work off of. So
Okay. Yeah, yep. I think that's a good point. Okay,
But this report is based on the CR 103 2021, right?
correct.
So that by putting gas back in to the base case, that would change this number substantially. What makes this go as far as it does go is that we're forcing the base case to be heat pumps, relatively efficient base case heat pumps. Once that isn't true, then you have a different discussion. If we keep Henry's or mine or whoever you want to decide this, if we keep that normalization as it is there, we will get the same answer as the PNL analysis shows. If we don't, then it will go up. I don't know how much.
yeah, I know we probably have to wait until after everything's done, but it would be super helpful if like somebody had that answer. Thank you.
Good questions. So Jonah, you are up next.
Yeah, if it would make this a little smoother process, I would be in favor of discussing this particular one with other discussions about the performance path. I think if the motion could be changed, if we have further discussion about 405, it might make this vote a little easier, but that's a change to the motion. Otherwise, it seems like the other proposals are essentially encapsulated in 35 that we've already passed. I don't see much of a difference except in 3.2 HVAC equipment just added a line to also encourage 95% efficient furnaces, which is fine, but it's kind of redundant. So that's my 2 cents about, we've already discussed all of these except that 405. So if we wanted to modify that out, I'd be willing to second a motion of that.
Okay,
modification.
Dave, Dave Balon, are you interested in modifying your motion to remove 7 from your motion?
7. Wait.
That's the one discussing our 405, and we are going to have further discussion in theory about the performance path. There's a couple other, right?
I don't know for sure about that, but 7 is the performance path. Yeah, so if I'm all right with taking that out as long as it's discussed in the context of other 405s. As we've seen here, we get to these and then we basically relitigate each and every time we come back to 405. So if in fact 405 and what is it? There's at least 3 or 4 others.
Yeah, we have a bunch on 405.
19, 33.
Yeah, if you want to modify your motion, Dave, we will discuss our 405 proposals later today.
All right, so I'll remove 07 in favor of combining it with other 405 discussions.
And I'll second that modification to the motion.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to disapprove 6, 8, and 9, as I understand it. Okay, Chris Burrows, you're up.
Awesome. Can we just pull up 9? Can we move 9 to the screen? On my original notes, I noted that there may be something we hadn't discussed on that. So yeah, see, I would feel like this would deserve some extra
extra
is a-
discussion because of the 95 having some type of way to promote high efficiency in backup systems, I think is really important.
Now's the time, Chris.
Yeah, so I mean, well, it's important to have back 95. So like was said before, if you just have a backup with no extra incentive for a customer to go to high efficiency, they're more likely to choose low efficiency. And so if we, and this seems to be the place where we would put it in to be able to get customers to, or get people who are building homes to make that decision to increase their AFUE of their backup systems.
We already have that case. It is for when you put in a condensing furnace, and what is it, 3.1, you get a whole point. Whether it's a supplemental or not, it's not discussed.
Okay, so you get that. So
but
even
what
if it's
you're doing
supplemental,
here is you're essentially rolling it back. Although I'm not completely clear how you decide when it's supplemental and when it's not supplemental.
we have that definition in the code. They came out between 2018 and 2021. So, but yeah, okay. So you still get that credit even if your furnace is just a supplemental.
But we don't specify one way or the other. It's 1 point.
Okay,
It's
cool.
for system type 1. So if you do system type 1,
But then it doesn't talk about system type 2, right? That's the addition.
It's system type 2 that is in Henry's proposal, and that's where that applies.
yeah. So I don't know that the credit that you just outlined, Dave, applies to system type 2.
It does apply to system type 2, I think. It's a
Well, it
furnace.
says for system
Dave.
type 1.
3.2 was intended for it.
3.2 is
David
what
had
you're
his hand
talking
up.
about, right?
Yeah.
This is
David.
Henry's proposal I'm looking at now. Yes.
Yeah. 3.2 is for system type 2, and that is a
All right.
backup.
So how is that different than this proposal?
So Dave, they removed system type 2 from the top normalization table. David Reddy had his hand up. I'm happy to let him go.
I see. They already took out the reference.
Yeah,
Why would you
I'm
do
happy
that?
to. I think I'm tracking right now, but I can chime in later.
Yep. And then this is a 95% efficiency instead of 90% efficiency as well. So Chris, was that your question?
Yeah, that's my question. Just for I mean, I would propose we take 9 out as well, because obviously we're discussing it a little bit. Would be the finish to my comment.
Okay, David Reddy.
Yeah, I'm really confused, and I guess I wasn't prepared to vote on a package. So I don't know if Dave or Jonah, given all the kind of various considerations and motions being withdrawn, would you be willing to just withdraw this so we can just vote on 6 and 17 as we kind of started?
And 17.
6 and 17 were the two that were the same proposal. We talked about having just a motion on just those two proposals. And we could then move on to further debate of the ones that are on the list.
I mean, I think we can if we just get to voting, since we've already discussed them here, and we could just call them up and call for a motion to vote on them. I think the ones that are currently under motion are just redundant to what is in.
I
the
agree,
35
but
proposal.
we're
So can we just vote on them and move on? If you can vote it down, I mean, that's fine.
I understand.
I'm trying to expedite the process, since we have many redundancies scattered through this set of proposals.
Yeah, I feel kind of the same way, where like if we go to an individual vote up or down, that's fine, but I don't feel like we need any more discussion on them since we've just discussed them. So in an interest of expediting voting on these, we can either vote them all 3 down or up, or vote them individually up or down.
So I'm in agreement. This one we're looking at is not completely redundant to 035, and it might take a little bit of discussion, but the other ones I agree. And I would add that we probably spent more time talking about voting on stuff than actually voting. So kind of on David Reddy's side here.
Okay, well, we have a motion. Greg, go ahead.
And I would just note one other thing. 008 should be discussed in conjunction with 009. We don't have to go back through and rehash how we set the credits, but just merely 008's portion about removing system type 2, it kind of goes hand in hand with this. So those two really should be discussed together, and just and voted separately, as would the tag be willing to remove penalties for supplemental and then offer credits for increasing the efficiency of supplemental systems.
Thanks, Greg. I see no more hands up. We have a motion. The motion is to disapprove 6, 8, and 9. Let's do a roll call vote on the motion. And so a yes vote is to disapprove 6, 8, and 9.
Damon Doyle,
No.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Ray Alshouse,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickman,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina Respetness,
I believe she's stepped away.
Chris Burrows,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard, Liz Reichert,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
Jonah Kinchy.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 9-8 with 1 abstention.
Okay, motion carries 9-8 with 1 abstention. To disapprove 6, 8, and 9. We will move on. We're not going to go on to 7 right now because we'll talk about 405 later. Henry, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, happy to go in any order. I just want to make a note. I would like to take, if someone would like to offer a friendly amendment, take that 95% furnace language from proposal 9 and add it into mine once we get back to 035.
You could make that motion right now.
Okay.
And we're not going to get back to 035 really yet. I mean, we voted on it, so we don't need to get back there. But if you want to make a motion to include the language, just make a clear motion, and then we can vote on it, or we'll discuss it and vote on it.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. Let me get that proposal open. Or if you want to open it here, either way. Make a motion to include the line Energy Star rated US North gas or propane furnace with a minimum AFUE of 95% in to credit 3.2 under proposal 035. My revised document omitted the furnace and only captured the boiler, so.
Okay, so that is the motion. It is to take something from this proposal. Is this 9? Take this language from proposal
9, yep.
9
Take that.
and include it in 035.
Yep, I had
Option
omitted
3.2.
the furnace option was only a boiler.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second for the motion?
Second. Second.
We have a couple seconds. I heard Mike Fowler first, but.
Well, mine was first. I was just on mute. It's hard to
Okay.
get mute.
Patrick and Mike.
It can be yours, Patrick. It's okay.
Okay, Patrick is the second. Okay, we have a motion on the table. And that is, I find that it's in order. Because even though we just disapproved 9, Henry was on the yay side, so he can reconsider things like that. So that's the motion. It's got a second. Let's discuss it. Kevin.
Yeah, I believe the motion, just to be a total nerd about this, the motion should be to amend something previously adopted.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then a 2/3 majority is required.
Okay. I'm guessing this is going to be a popular one, so.
Agreed.
Okay, so as what Kevin said. All right, so that's the motion. I don't see any other hands up. So, and we've already discussed this issue before, so I'm going to risk a voice vote on this. So all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right, okay. Thank you. We are now on to our next proposal, which, so Krista and I are making notes now on things. I think the next one will be 10 is my guess, which is another Greg Johnson proposal, which we mentioned before, but we didn't explicitly talk about. So, Greg, you are up.
Credit for, I mean, we already kind of talked about it. And I think the only thing we have to do is just verify side by side with Odom, just to verify that it's not included. Do you have the ability to bring up those sections 5 of the credit table side by side? And
I believe they're in alignment, but we can check.
It's 0.91 versus 0.80. Is that the?
No, we just flipped them. They're both half credit for 0.8 and 1 for 0.91.
Okay, so are they the same, Henry? Is that what you're saying?
That's how I read it. Yeah, it goes back to what was in the 2018.
Okay. I guess from that perspective, approving it and disapproving it would be almost the same thing. I don't know how anybody else feels about it, but it seems like if it's already in the code, then, or it's already in the proposal, it's going to be, we wouldn't need to, I don't know. We would vote yay on it.
Yeah, it's already in my proposal. The only difference, and it kind of goes with somewhat of a flow, is to put increasing credits. So lower is up top. The 035 hasn't flipped, and so the numbering is different, but the value is the same.
Okay. Greg,
so it does sound like, yeah, it does sound like those are the same and incorporated. I think the numbering flipped is what we, you know what I mean, when we're comparing.
Yep. Okay, Andrea.
I have a question unrelated to any proposal. So if we want to finish up this conversation, you can come back.
Okay, yeah. So I guess if we approve this as part of 035, it's already approved as part of 035. So I don't see any great need to approve it again.
I agree. We could probably move on.
Okay. And I guess we would need to either, I don't really know the procedure when something is already kind of semi-approved, but also
Wouldn't the proponent just withdraw it?
if the proponent would always be able to withdraw it, that would be, I don't know. I'm not supposed to speak for or against things like that, but I think it could be a reasonable move.
Or do we just do a voice vote to accept it, and then you have two, things saying the same thing, and then when the MVE committee looks at it, they say, oh yeah, we have two, they're saying the exact same thing, and so we've got to.
I don't, I feel like they have different numbering, so it might be confusing. I don't know. I don't really know what the procedure is for when you already kind of have approved something you don't want to.
Well,
this is Dwayne. Could I make a motion to disapprove? Which would be the same thing as having it withdrawn?
That would be in order. There's the slight difference between withdrawing it and voting it down. My understanding is if it's withdrawn, the MVE committee can't consider it. If it's voted down, the MVE still can consider it. So voting it down would, I guess, probably be MVE still could consider, but it's already part of the proposal, so it'll already be considered anyway. So.
Well, I'm not a voting member of this tag, so maybe you just let Dwayne offer the proposal and move it that way.
Okay, and Andrew, your hand is up. Okay, Dwayne voted, made a motion to disapprove, and it was seconded by Mike Fowler. Andrea, you have your hand up still. I don't know if that's residual or.
No, yeah, I'm just keeping it so you don't forget about me.
Okay, I will never forget about you.
We do this with a voice vote.
Let's do a voice vote on this. All in favor. So the motion is to disapprove this one. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Motion passes. It's disapproved because it's already part of the proposal moving forward. Before we move on, Andrea.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Can you remind me, I know last meeting we had new tag members. Can you just remind me who they are and who they represent?
Yes, it'll take me a minute to pull up my spreadsheet. So we have for the residential energy code, we had a new alternate for cities, counties, and that is Ray Allshouse. We have a new cost estimator and alternate, and the primary is Jonah Kinchy, and the alternate is Michael Brasgala. Those are the new tag members for the residential energy code.
Great, thank you so
There
much.
is also Miguel Rodriguez as an alternate on energy modelers.
Was that new? Okay, yes, you're right. I forgot. So welcome to all the new folks. Okay. So now we are on to the next one. I'll bring up a different spreadsheet. 10 was disapproved. I had 16 as the next one, but we've already kind of done 16 and 17. So if you want to bring those up, we can probably and those are both Kevin proposals, and they basically delete the heat pump water heating and then delete the heat pump space heating, which are already part of 035. But may have subtle differences. So Kevin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shell. Actually, 16, 17, and 18 are identical to 035.
Okay, you could withdraw them. We could vote them down, or we could do something else with them.
For the sake of the record, I'll leave them in play.
Okay.
Motion to disapprove. This is Dwayne.
Seconded, this is Chris.
And is this 16, 17, and 18, or just 16?
Can I do all three?
You
Please
can
do
whatever you want.
And, yeah.
Okay. All three.
And second on all three.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to disapprove 16, 17, and 18, and we have a second. Further, do you want to speak to your motion, Dwayne?
No, thanks. I think that Kevin already said that we're covered, right?
Correct.
Can we just have a voice vote for this? This is another similar situation.
Yep, I think I'm going to try risk a voice vote for this. So, okay, all in favor of the motion, which is to disapprove 16, 17, and 18. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, 16, 17, and 18 approved with the understanding, of course, that they're actually part of another motion we did pass. So the next one I have on my list is 031, which is Brian Ahey. And Brian, I remember you said you couldn't attend. Are you here, or might not be here for part of it? Kevin.
Yes, part of 31 is identical to 035. Another part of 31 is identical to number 5. So they've already been dealt with effectively.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion about 031?
Move to disapprove.
A motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
Second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a couple seconds. The motion is to disapprove 31. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, 31 is disapproved. The next one on my list is 032, which is about adding gas water heater based on 20 to the R46.3. It may be largely similar to other stuff, but and I think I'm assuming Brian, he is not, again, not here. So Henry or others, is this largely similar to what we have in there? Kevin, go ahead.
It's a little different. I'll stop there.
Is it the 0.95?
Yeah.
It's a UEF of 0.86 for a water heater.
Is in 035?
032 is the 0.86. I think 035 uses a different number.
Yeah.
What's on the screen right now?
That's the 35. The 32.
Oh, okay. So under 5.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking further down the screen. Sorry.
Is this largely similar to what's in, I mean, is this exactly similar to what's in 030?
It's the same point values, but it's a higher efficiency in this proposal.
Yeah.
It's 95 instead of 91.
Okay.
And I was looking at the 5.x number, which I think is unique.
Frankly, I think we're better off with 035 because it's a little more flexible than this one. The instantaneous water heaters have trouble getting to 0.95, whereas the 0.3 and number 35 basically gives a little more leeway.
Okay, is there further discussion on?
Joe,
this
I
one?
move to disapprove.
Okay, Dave, Dylan, motion to disapprove. Who seconded that?
Henry.
Henry, okay. All right. The motion is to disapprove 032. Dave, do you want to speak to your motion?
It actually is somewhat different than the 35, but it's based on the old table from 2018. And since we've changed the way the base case works in this cycle, especially in 030 because of 035, we really should use 035 as the basis for any changes to those efficiency numbers. And this isn't that. It's actually a rollback. It's not exactly a rollback. It's more like a return to an older analysis that was based on carbon and on certain differences in the base case heat pumps.
Okay.
So I think it's an interesting idea, but it's basically the same idea, and we might as well move on.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Kevin.
We scroll down. Oh, there we go. This is unique. I don't know that this is included in 035.
Okay.
Sorry, can you scroll up from here? So this is so first of all, we're talking about water heating.
Yes.
Dave, Daylon, but so this is the one step up from the code minimums, a half a credit, and then this one's a 1 credit. It might be unique, Kevin, but I don't see a mid step between the half and 1 credit. This would make it all more strict. 035 has a UEF of 0.8, which goes back to the 2018 standard.
It's essentially the same argument as I just made. It is an available product, but there's quite a few competitors and they're not as high as 8.6. And so I think that giving the amount of, once we're getting this kind of equipment, we should basically allow the ones that are all the demand ones that are using this approach to be, or at least all the ones that are reasonable to be included. And this doesn't do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. I'll risk a voice vote on this one again. So the motion is to disapprove 032. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. 032 is now disapproved. The next one I have on my list is 034, which is a Gary proposal to remove the fuel normalization table, and there's a couple of other things in there as well. So Gary.
Yes. So did we want to actually discuss this? Well, I'll just explain what I did. It's relatively straightforward. I made reference to it previously. It's to strike the fuel normalization credits completely. I mean, no other code uses a fuel normalization or energy normalization credit. So it's to strike that completely. It doesn't change the number of credits needed, but at least for the and then down in the credits table, at least for space heating and water heating, to recalculate those credits based upon energy efficiency rather than carbon metrics. I would further state that I don't mean using a single gas baseline and site energy to recalculate those credits. I'm going to propose once again that both IECC and ASHRAE have credits tables now. they're based on energy cost. I understand that you don't like using energy cost in Washington. I understand the arguments. Site energy would be fine if you're comparing energy sources. So if you're comparing gas options to a gas baseline, electric options to electric baseline, perfectly fine to use site energy because you're comparing gas to gas and electric to electric. If you're comparing gas to electric and not accounting for the losses, the greater losses in the electric system, then it's not a fair comparison. So I realize this might be a little bit more comprehensive proposal, but that's what it is. Strike the normalization table, recalculate based upon energy efficiency.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I move to disapprove.
Well,
I had recognized Chris, so let's.
All right, I'll wait.
Dave, you can raise your hand.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't want to rehash discussions. What I would be helpful for me to make a decision on this one is, Gary, this seems to be an attempt that there's something wrong with fuel normalization credits based on EPCA, and this is an opportunity to reduce that risk. Is there anything further specifically to that point, that how this will reduce our risk or that kind of thing to the EPCA lawsuit?
Thanks for reminding me about that. I think that the use of the way that the credits table and fuel normalization table are currently in the Washington Code, and even proposed by Henry's proposal, still risks some EPCA preemption. Not a lawyer. I don't know if that's the case. None of us on, well, I shouldn't say none of us on here, but I don't know if any of us on here are lawyers, and I would venture a guess that the lawyers still might argue about it. But in my mind, with the fuel normalization credits in particular, it is clearly not even-handed as required by EPCA. It clearly does unfairly weight the credits, which in my mind is a violation of EPCA. And the table does not include, well, Henry's now does include some energy efficiency gas-fired options, which is a good thing. But I still think there's some EPCA issues there. We'll have to let the lawyers figure that one out. I will leave it at that.
Okay, thanks. And Dave Balon, you did start to speak, but you didn't have your hand up, so that's why I didn't.
Right, I understand. My hand's up now.
Okay, Damon is ahead of you, so Damon, go for it.
Thank you, Joe. I agree with Gary. I think that this is the one area that puts the council at risk in accordance with EPCA. As a council member, I want to do what I can to minimize our risk and also see us eventually get more aligned with the IECC, which is, as we are, is increasing in efficiency with each code cycle. So I would be in support of this. Is there a motion on the table currently?
Not that I'm aware of. Nope.
I would move adoption of proposal 34.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt this 034, and just for clarification, Damon, this would be like a parallel option to the 035 version that we're working with, or is this intended to be part of 035, I guess?
Well, clearly, if this is adopted, then we have two paths on the table. And also with this particular proposal, there's work to be done in order to balance out the credits to, put the credits in there rather than to be determined. And I realize that's, putting work on somebody, but nonetheless, I think that gets us more aligned. And so I would put this parallel with 35 as a proposal for both the MDE and the council.
Okay, thanks, Damon. Dave Balon, you're up.
So there, I have to make at least a comment about EPCA. EPCA is pretty specific about what is required or allowed in developing prescriptive standards. The federal minimum is included, and any comparison to that federal minimum by some other method is allowed to be done under any one of three conditions. One, site energy. Two, source energy. And three, energy cost to the consumer. Those are ors. It can be any one of those things and still meet the EPCA requirement. So it is true that that the Berkeley decision actually made it clear that one of those three is correct or is useful, and that any other one, such as carbon emissions, is not. That's what the decision says. It is in fact under appeal, so it's not entirely clear where that's going to end up. But those are the rules in EPCA, and they were actually vetted in the last time we were sued over the option table. So and passed muster by the Ninth Circuit at that point. So at this point, what removing the normalization table does is it basically makes it so that we once again do not compare on absolute site energy, but have two essential standards, one for gas and one for electric. And the one for gas is 50% more energy allowed and thus 50% less efficient.
Thanks, Dave. Poppy, you're up next.
Yeah, it's not as of yet clear to me how this proposal reduces risk in terms of violating the EPCA. So I just on that basis alone, I'm not clear on how it's germane to our current discussion. In addition, to build off of what David Balon said, it's essentially striking the efficiency of the starting equipment. And the reason why we have this normalization table is to actually put things more on equal footing. And most of that relates to the fact that we have the 70% mandate. And that makes our code different in a number of ways, or need to be different in a number of ways than the IECC. So we are comparing against a 2006 baseline because that is how the mandate is structured. And so any efficiency against that baseline needs to be counted, and this table is structured to count that efficiency. And in addition, as part of another proposal, it is being translated into energy normalization as opposed to the fuel. So that, in addition, makes it even more aligned potentially with EPCA.
Thanks, Poppy.
Okay, so what's the permit number?
And Poppy, you kind of asked a question, but you didn't directly ask a question of on and how this reduces risk with EPCA. And it made me realize I don't know that I gave Damon an opportunity to speak officially in favor of the proposal. Did I do that, Damon?
You did. Okay. I would only respond saying that we went through 2 code cycles, 09 and 12. And possibly 15 without the fuel normalization credits, and that we can simply use the table itself to make the adjustments for energy efficiency. It's somewhat redundant having to, and I would like to see it go away.
Chris, Burrows, you're up.
Yeah, hey, just a question for Dave. He mentioned that this has already been the fuel normalization credits have already been litigated. Does he know when that happened and or what the case name was, or I guess does anybody know where that was decided by the 9th?
I could answer, Dave. Balon, I'll give you first crack at it.
Okay. Only the option tables were litigated in the previous suit in 2010. The normalization table didn't exist at that point. But in that case, the judge ruled and basically under summary judgment that one of those three categories that are all mentioned in the EPCA legislation had to be met, and this particular one, which was a combination of site energies, was valid and could be used. That was the decision.
Okay, cool. So is it safe to say, just to understand, that this specific point, while it has not been litigated, this table was designed with the rules in mind that came from that 2010 suit?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, Chris. Andrea.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak up and say, I think that the mechanisms that can be used under EPCA are site energy and cost consideration. So I think somebody had said that solar can be used. That I don't believe that is true, but I'd have to go back and look.
Source energy is included in the EPCA as one of the possible criteria for EPCA.
But I think, so if I'm recalling the prior tag, somebody looked up EPCA's under definition. And I think it was a definition of site energy or of energy. And I thought it was specific to site energy. That's what I recollect from the tag last time, but I've before.
Yeah, I think you're correct. And I guess just another thing on the fuel normalization table, and maybe somebody can answer this, because it seems to me that with utilizing that table and then saying, okay, after utilizing that table, you need to come up with these credits for full compliance. And then I think it's option 3 where we go into additional efficiency requirements. So kind of, and maybe I'm wrong, but at face value, it feels like we're double counting. So if somebody could explain that to me, that'd be great. Thank you.
I mean, I generally understand why we have a fuel normalization table as the tag has debated it a lot. And my understanding of it is that if a gas appliance has a certain annualized efficiency and a heat pump based system has a different and higher annualized efficiency, then if you have different starting points for the total efficiency of the HVAC equipment, then in order to truly compare energy against energy, you need to start them at different points, because the gas one has a lower efficiency than the air source heat pump. And I think that's the rationale that I've heard the tag say is why we have the fuel normalization credits in the first place. So that it is more based on comparing energy to energy. Henry.
I think Poppy had her hand up first, sorry.
Okay, Poppy.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to confirm that that is correct, and it's not double counting, it's just including credits for that efficiency of that starting equipment, which is what I was saying in my first comment. And if we didn't do it here and we did it as Damon suggested potentially in the actual credits table, it would just add a lot of that extra credit to various options in the credit table, and that would be a whole another process. but you would still be capturing that efficiency. So I think it's just kind of moving things around, and it's very hard to get around the fact that the combustion equipment is not as efficient and significantly less efficient than some of these other options. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Thanks, Poppy. Henry.
Yep, agreed with all that. The energy credits table is a one-to-one comparison. So your more efficient gas furnace is compared to a federal minimum, not the one we're looking at, the actual energy credits down below. So that is a one-to-one fuel type. And then everyone's already covered this comparison between efficiencies of gas to electric equipment. And I'm not proposing this. Another way to do it was in R406.3, you'd have credit values by house type and by equipment type would be another way to do it. Because ultimately the whole state is targeting a 70% reduction. It's not a gas houses are 70% reduction and electric houses are 70%. So we are trying to group this all into an all-encompassing target. Thanks.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you so much for clarifying. I guess my other question too would be, is the 70% mandate for energy efficiency, whatever, is that applicable to both residential and commercial separately, or is it all buildings in one?
My understanding from the RCW, and I could read it to you, is that it's the commercial energy code is calculated separately than the residential energy code. And the way that it's calculated is, of course, somewhat complicated, but those two are calculated separately.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Gary.
Yeah, thanks. What I failed to mention, my proposal also does include adding some gas-fired options. Some are already covered in 035, and we've talked about before, but some do include more options for gas heat pumps and combi systems. And I won't belabor the point. It's the equalization table that's the main issue there for me. Understand, Henry, that the credits down in the table itself are, you compare like to like. It's the equalization table that I believe is problematic. Whether you like it or not, an 80% furnace is still federally covered and allowed piece of equipment. And if you can move somebody to a 95% furnace by offering appropriate credits, you're saving a lot of energy. So I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Henry.
Yeah, just to respond to that one, I haven't done the analysis, but the 70% reduction over 2006, just moving to condensing furnaces and boilers, if that was the most predominant system type across the state, we would not be able to reach our mandated 2030 targets. So I understand there is energy savings, and it has reliancy and all that kind of good stuff and cold climates and stuff, but I have very strong doubts that if the entire state used gas for space heating, water heating, we would not be able to meet our targets.
Thanks, Henry. Gary.
Yeah, just a quick response there. I mean, you said you hadn't done the analysis, so you're guessing. And number one, I'm not suggesting that everyone in the world be using gas for space and water heating. Heat pumps are certainly a great technology, certainly will play a major role in decarbonization. But this code is trying to absolutely eliminate any options for people. Both high efficiency gas and high efficiency electricity, electric units can help us get to that 70% reduction. So, you know, if nobody's done the analysis to say otherwise, then don't state that. If we keep on using gas, we're not going to make 70%. That analysis hasn't been done to my knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. I think we're getting close to voting. Andrea.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick point that the efficiency targets are a mandate, but there's no penalty. And anything that is within that statute that if we can't meet that, there just has to be an explanation as to why. And the easiest answer to that is it doesn't comply with federal law. So just want to throw that out there for everyone.
Thanks, Andrea. Greg.
So just listening to this, I was there was past conversations about the desire to look at site-based emissions instead of source, which I disagree with. But if you look at on site-based emissions, how could you possibly have this credit table that compares one versus the other? Because really, your comparison of equipment should be completely separate, and you can't really support one system over the other if you're doing site-based, just because they're different technologies and they operate completely different. So I would think that it's a very good move to remove this whole table if you want to continue down a site-based approach and just rely on comparison with federal standards for EPCA compliances.
Thanks, Greg. I see no more hands up, and I think we've thoroughly debated this one in this session as well as prior. So let's do a roll call vote on this. And again, the motion.
Excuse me, could we just restate what could
restate the motion? I believe the motion is to pass 034, the one in front of us, as a parallel option to 035 with 01 and other modifications to it. So in other words, the MV would get two options. One would be 035 with some modifications, and the other one would be this one, 034. That is the motion. So a vote in favor of this sends this to the MVE committee as another option.
It effectively removes the normalization table for 062.
That's what this.
That's the motion.
Yes, as one option to be sent to the MVE committee.
Oh, and it also sends the rest of the energy credits as TBD.
Yeah, it also makes Henry's summer a little less fun. No, I don't. We haven't decided or discussed who or how energy credits would get decided, but I guess in the past we have asked Henry or other proponents of kind of main options to assess the credits. We haven't done that in this case, and it would be a lot of work. So
one more thing, can you scroll down to the R4063? I don't know if we caught what the changes there were to. Okay. Sorry, the requirements, additional energy efficiency requirements for the different house sizes. So this is 2018. So this would remove fuel normalization, TBD for all energy credits, and roll us back to 2018.
Thanks, Henry.
I
Damon.
thought those were, I'm sorry, I thought those were the same as in the 2021.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I didn't think I changed those, but I could have grabbed from the wrong one, but I thought I left those alone.
Yeah. Yes, you're correct. Those were dropped from 2018 because of the heat pump stuff in the prescriptive code. So it'd be worth checking this credit value versus the 2018 and losing the heat pump in the prescriptive. Yes.
That would be reasonable.
Yeah.
I would accept that as an amendment to my motion.
What?
I wasn't making an amendment.
I'm not sure where we are right now. So Damon, did you want to amend the motion?
Amend the motion to reevaluate the credit values in R406.3 as well as the TBD items further down in the credit list.
You're saying reevaluate the R46.3, the 2.5 for small, 5.0 for medium. Is that what you're?
Yes.
So somebody would do some analysis and,
Yeah, I mean, essentially, if we're eliminating the fuel normalization table.
Yep.
Readjusting the heating elements in the energy credits to get them back on par, then we would also look at the total credits required for each dwelling size.
okay, so this would be someone doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and that
Is this part of his main motion?
This is, he's revising his motion
Ah, okay.
to, I think, to clarify things.
Yes, the motion as it originally was proposed, we've got several items further down on the table that we don't have credit values for if we eliminate the fuel normalization credits. If we go, so there's work to be done to adjust those credits, and at the same time, we could evaluate the dwelling size credit requirements. And Jill, I want some clarification on something you said just a few moments ago. You noted that there's work to be done here, and clearly we've had an analysis to create this whole table. 35. It was done, and Henry did most of the work. Are you suggesting that he's only willing to do the work if he's the proponent of it and not to evaluate other conditions? I'm a little confused on that.
Well,
In other words, I guess I'm asking, is Ecotope our designated entity to evaluate the credit system?
My understanding of that is no, that Henry, out of the goodness of his heart, has offered to help some other people understand the worth of certain measures, but that the Building Code Council does not, in fact, pay Henry to model anybody's proposal. It's just Ecotope or Henry are kind enough to do some work that they. I mean, that's my understanding. If anybody has any other thoughts on that, I'm interested.
So then, in other words, it's only their own proposals that are being evaluated, not anybody else's.
Well, sometimes Henry has offered to look at other proposals to help the proponent figure out the energy credit savings, because what we have done as the tag in the past, and what I would hope we would continue to do, is have a certain energy savings per additional credit, so that it's not just us deciding that something should be 0.5 or 1 or 1.5. It's actually some really rigorous and consistent modeling to decide that, yes, this gets you a half a credit, or this one other gets you 1.5 credits. There's a lot of work to go into there. And so we've decided in the past that it's about 600 kWh equivalent per half credit. And that, I think, helps us not to make, bizarre non-energy related decisions on how much credit you should get for a given measure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not going to pronounce your name correctly. What is it?
That's fine, Mr. Chair. Thanks. So my name is Quinn Tai with the City of Tacoma. And I'm mostly an audience, but I just want to get clarification, and I apologize if this was mentioned earlier. On that number 5 additions, 150 square feet to 500, is the intent of this proposal that anything less than 150 does not need to meet any credits?
I'll just say that right now, I think anything on 150, there's an exception for that it does not need to meet our 406. And I think that's in the chapter 5. Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you.
No, is that in 406? Okay, yeah, it's in. Yeah, I think that's the intent of the code, is that, you know, if you're adding a bedroom, you don't need to do lots of other heroic things. And if you're between 150 and 500, you have to do a little bit less than if you're doing a, you know, 2,000 square foot addition or something like that.
Yeah, because this is a kind of a different from the current code where it says anything less than 500, you would need to meet it. Now there's an actual range, and so I just need a clarification. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a quick clarification about this table, the normalization table. Gary mentioned that it supports one type of equipment over another, and it really doesn't support any equipment over another. It has credits that are allocated based on the energy use of the equipment. It's really that simple. And if equipment uses more energy, it is not going to get as many credits. So I just wanted to make that clarification. It's really about efficiency, and in that sense, does not violate EPCA.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, Poppy, I appreciate the comments. I would say though, using site energy in this particular instance rather than source energy does unfairly weight one versus the other, and certainly does result in electric heat pumps being what I'll say is unfairly advantaged. Another thing was we shouldn't be voting this down just because there's some hard work to be done. It's not a good reason to do that. I was not suggesting that Henry or Ecotope needs to be, doing tens or dozens of hours worth of work to do this. As a matter of fact, on the front end of my proposal, I suggested maybe PNNL would be in a good position if we could get them to do the work. They've done all the work for IECC and ASHRAE. But again, just because it's going to take some work, it is not an excuse not to put it forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. I see no more hands up, and I think we've discussed this a good deal. So let's do a roll call vote. So the motion is to approve the proposal 034 with realization that some work needs to be done to get the number of the TBDs filled out. All right, with that, let's take a vote.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
No.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickman,
Yes.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Albert Rooks,
No.
Henry Odom,
No.
John Lang,
No.
Patrick Hayes, Luke Howard, Liz Reichert, No. Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchi.
No.
Motion fails 12-5.
Okay, motion fails 12-5. Let's move on. And actually, let's take a 15-minute lunch break. So we'll be back at 12:40. And then we'll soldier on at that point. Talk to you then. All right. Welcome back. Hope you all had a nice, if quick lunch. Answered an email or two and are ready to see if we can get through all of this today. I think the next set of proposals to be covered are the ones that cover R405. So let's get to those. 007 is up on the screen right now. That is Greg's. Greg, are you available to discuss this one?
Yeah, we discussed this partially a little bit already.
Yep.
So this sets it back to the same type as proposed for the, which I believe this brings into EPCA compliance, this section into EPCA compliance. I mean, if you're trying to compare everything against heat pump water heater, I mean, you're basically specifying that you have to use heat pump water heating according to the math that's used in the code. So it's just a small little simple fix to bring it into compliance with EPCA.
I guess, Greg, just a question for you. I mean, if the standard reference design is an air source heat pump, you could probably increase the envelope performance.
This is water heating.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is for water heating. Okay. Well, you could, I mean, trade-offs, right? That's the whole idea of 405. Couldn't you have a better envelope and have a gas minimum federal gas furnace or gas water heater? Are you suggesting you couldn't do that?
Well, it puts at such a severe disadvantage. I mean, in theory, you could do anything. I mean, you could add solar panels and, you know, I mean, various things like that to improve your design. It's just a matter of when you penalize one source to such severity that you have to do a bunch of other stuff that ends up being economically unviable, then you basically prohibited something.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, you could say, yeah, we want our 70 walls, and yeah, that can help you get there. But I mean, our 70 walls in a residential would be pretty, and I'm just throwing that out as an arbitrary number off the top of my head. But if you did, every house had to have R70, it's so economically unviable.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Shell. The TAG last meeting passed a proposal very similar to this for the commercial process that adjusted the reference design as Greg is proposing here. So there's a precedent to approve this proposal.
Okay, within the commercial, yeah, the commercial tag that met last week, or I mean, a couple weeks ago.
Correct. That's right.
Okay. Thank you. Albert, you have the floor.
Yeah, I might be grossly uninformed here, but this would be moving away from NEA's advanced water heating specification tier 1, which is kind of modest in my understanding of it. Is there a reason why we want to move away from the advanced water heating spec, which is local and and designed around our region?
To answer that, well, you're talking about different fuel sources. And so when you apply standards that don't match up very well across from one source to another source, that's where the problem is. So if you wanted to make your heat pump technology follow the NEAT tier 1, I don't think anyone would have a challenge with that. But when someone is using a different energy source, it just doesn't line up because there's completely different standards from one versus the other, and it doesn't work and jive.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Albert. David, ready, you're up.
Just related to a comment Kevin made, I don't recall us changing the standard reference design for the commercial code. I don't know, Kevin, do you think you could?
Oh yeah.
I'll look up what I'm referring to. Just give me a second here.
Yeah.
It's based. We did make one change to C407, but anyways, it wasn't this. And I guess so. This change though doesn't accompany any change to the R405 targets, like the % better than code. Correct? There's no. So this is a kind of rollback in efficiency for the standard design. Is that correct?
Well, that's correct. It doesn't change anything else except for this one line right up here. In fact, added into the 2021 code was how to size a unit, and that's all left in. So, I mean, it's really just saying it's modifying something that basically conflicts with EPCA.
Thanks. And I just wanted to bring up that the commercial energy code baseline is the 2004 version of ASHRAE 90.1. So I don't think the tag the commercial energy code tag voted to modify that baseline.
That's right.
ASHRAE 90.1 2004.
And in that case, the baseline is dictated by a table in 90.1 Appendix G, and it is prescribed based on building type, and so you could be compared to gas or electric heater, and it doesn't. So I think there's precedence for having a standard reference design that doesn't change based on your proposed design, and I think that's so. This is I don't agree with this change unless you change something else to make the overall targets more stringent to maintain the same efficiency. So anyways, that's all.
Thanks, David. Kevin, you're up.
Yeah, and I misspoke. Sorry about that. I was incorrect. The commercial provision we changed was just to remove a particular section reference to the mandatory compliance measures. So very different, very different. And then to speak to this, EPCA does not just concern itself with gas appliances. Also, electric resistance appliances are a class of appliances, and it seems to me having a baseline as a heat pump it just seems strange that you should have the baseline be the minimum and then build up from there versus start in the middle and work down. I mean, perhaps the credits are already calculated to deal with that, but it just seems a little squirrely given EPCA, but maybe it's okay.
So Kevin, are you suggesting in fact that maybe just the standard reference time should be the federal minimum gas appliance, but that the % better that you need to get is then just ratcheted up to the point that the same amount of energy is saved as the prescriptive approach? It's just that the baseline has changed and then the target is equally changed so that you're still hitting the same targets. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I was suggesting that the proposal as submitted is appropriate. That is, you compare a given fuel type against a given fuel type, or against a given class against a different class. Or yeah, exactly what I said. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, I was jumping ahead there. Okay, Chris, you're up.
Yeah, just a quick question for David on what he said about the ASHRAE being the standard. Is advanced NEA's advanced water heater specification in that, or how does I'm confused how the NEA's advanced water heater local spec is in here at the same time that ASHRAE is supposed to be the base.
It doesn't. It's ASHRAE 90.1 methodology is used for the commercial building,
but not
rating.
residential. Okay,
not residential. That's right.
And so we just came up with our kind of own baseline without an ASHRAE.
More or less, the residential code, yeah, is totally separate.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Gary.
Thanks. I believe this change would bring this more in line with the IACC residential. I'm quite sure that the language is very similar to both current and proposed for the new IECC residential section of the code. In other words, the standard reference design is, or the proposed design is same as proposed. I'm sorry, same system as proposed, so it would compare like to like. So this language would line it up more clearly with the IECC. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, and we have other R405 proposals we're going to consider, but this is the one on the table right now. So does anybody want to suggest? Okay, Wayne.
Well, I just wanted to respond to something from a few minutes ago. Someone mentioned that it may be considerably more expensive to get equivalent energy performance to heat pump by improving other things if you're going to use a gas appliance. But isn't that requires that we have options that are the same on an energy basis? I don't, having read that law, I don't see anything about cost of equipment or cost of installation, but energy use or energy cost is the basis we're comparing against. And then it seems like if we set things up so that we compare roughly equal amounts of annual energy use, then we've met the requirements. Do I have that wrong?
Was that directed at me to respond?
Sure, give it a try.
Well, you had two things in your question. One was about equivalent energy. When you're talking about different types of energy sources, how do you comparing across? It's not as simple as just saying, because really the whole goal that we're set out is reducing emissions, and so you're not comparing. You're comparing what's the emissions, not the energy source. And so how do you ascribe a emissions value to different sources that are completely different, disparate sources? It's not as simple as just doing a math conversion from BTUs to kilowatts. It doesn't really correspond there. I guess more complex. So that's part one.
But actually it does. It is because energy does, if we're just talking about energy use, and EPCA does not talk about emissions, they just talk about to make this a viable pathway, we have to have the alternates have to have equal energy use, right? And in that case, you can, and we often frequently do in code making, equate BTUs of combustion with kilowatt hours.
That would be one view, but also the other view would be percentage better than federal minimum standards. And so using that might be a more accurate reference point, is when you're comparing how much improvement you've done over the federal minimum standards. And I would argue that's a more accurate and more defensible position when you're doing a percentage improvement over the standard. The challenge comes in is if you're trying to take a site-specific view on energy, and yet you're trying to do it based on what the emissions are, it's hard to do. If you look at a source side view of energy, then yes, that becomes very easy to do, just like you said. It's about the site. So that's where the challenge is. I mean, on the different views you take. And that was part one of your question. You had another part, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Dwayne, is that? Okay, David, ready, you're up. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. So I'm just looking back at the 2018 code. The language here, I think somebody said this already. This is what was in the 2018 code. I guess what I'm asking is if anybody recalls, you know, the standard, the percent reduction in emissions was reduced in this code cycle by about, I don't know, 10% or 20% or something for the R405 method. But this baseline change is kind of like a double effect, so to speak, on that requirement. So the question is did anybody do the analysis to show that both of those changes need to be made in order to achieve kind of par with the prescriptive path?
And both
Is there
of
any
those changes,
analysis?
and by
What's that?
David, ready, by both of those changes, can you be?
Yeah, the change to the requirement to energy emissions reduction. So in R405.3, it gives you, you know, you have to, for certain size structures, you have to be 73% in 2018, and in 2021 it reduced to being like 56 something, some percent more additional energy savings. So there was that change, and then this change as well, and they kind of amplify, or you know, it makes it even harder to get that percent savings if you have a more stringent baseline. So I guess what I'm asking is if anybody studied that interaction and has some way to defend it.
I'm hearing a lot of silence right now.
Yeah.
But I guess I see where you're going is if you're changing the baseline and you're hoping for energy savings, then you would also need to change the target to something.
Yeah. In C407, the parallel being C407, we didn't change the baseline for water heating in that analysis. We just changed the BPFs, right? And so why in the residential side did we change the targets, the percent energy saving, carbon emission savings, and we also changed the baseline pretty dramatically. So.
Johnny.
Thanks, Chell. Just want to point out that like the Rivera lawsuit and the Berkeley lawsuit do not discuss the definition of energy use, whether or not source energy or whether or not energy use means the different baseline products, whether they're being compared gas appliance to gas appliance or gas appliance to, or like appliance to total building performance. So I think that this discussion here doesn't really currently have bearing on the legal threats or legal questions that the tag and SBCC should be considering. Realize this might be the quote unquote or adjacent, but I think this might be a little bit outside that, and you know, if anything, it might cause there to be questions around the or equivalent portion, which could create an unfair advantage for gas appliances, since they now will not have to have the same amount of site energy use as, or in this emissions, if we keep the performance factors to be emissions, as another covered product. So it would not be one-to-one equivalent.
Okay, thanks, Johnny. Henry, you are up.
I just wanted to verify, since it's not shown here, but I assume this is the case, we're still keeping table R453 carbon emissions factors as adopted in the 2021 code as part of this process. Is that right?
That was not part of this proposal. This proposal is just what you see on the screen.
Okay, so the carbon emission factors as adopted stays.
There's other proposals that address that, but not this one.
Okay.
Thanks, Henry. Or go ahead, Henry, if you have more.
I think that's all I have. It might be worth looking at those together, but I think I'm fine. Thanks.
Okay, Larry. And Larry, I don't hear you if you're talking. Okay, we'll come back to you, Greg.
So I remember the second half of your question, Dwayne, that you'd asked now. It was about economic viability. And this is a general comment that applies not only to this proposal, but to all of them in general. Essentially, if you allow gas appliances to be installed and it costs a little bit more, I'm sure that you could probably argue that that's sufficiently okay with EPCA. Like if it costs 10% more to install a gas appliance, I'm sure that you could get away with that. If it costs 20% more, 30% more, 40% more, you might still be okay. I don't know what the number is, but if you start making the cost to install a gas appliance being 200%, 300%, and I'm just throwing arbitrary numbers, and I don't know where the line is. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not in the courts, but the general principle is at a certain point, when you make the cost to install a gas appliance so prohibitively expensive that you can't do it economically viable, then you've effectively banned gas. And so where that line is, I don't know, but I think that's important to keep in mind. So when you say, oh, well, you could still install a gas by doing more insulation or this or that, be careful when you throw that out. I mean, if you're talking about a small thing that you have to do, not a big deal, but something as it gets more significant, it becomes, I suspect the courts are going to throw it out.
And that's where we all are, is that to my knowledge, there hasn't been a court that ruled on such a thing yet. So we don't know.
We do know.
All right, well, let's keep let's keep going on this. I think we've heard a lot of good issues brought up. Poppy, you are next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's difficult to make a judgment on this particular change separate from a lot of the other potential changes for this code section. So, because a lot of these different pieces are interconnected, we have the normalization table, we have the standard reference design, we have the mandatory compliance requirements, we have questions around baselines, and all of these have an effect on energy use, and we need to be looking at it in a comprehensive way so that we can understand how it all relates to the target setting and what those ratios are set at for what you have to meet. So, and what those are, how it affects those in relation to the percent reduction that we're targeting and trying to ensure that it's in close alignment with what we're achieving on the prescriptive side. So I'm unclear. This particular thing about requiring the heat pump water heater was added in 2021, presumably in relation to the requirements that we have now removed on the prescriptive side, and that presumably need to be removed from the mandatory table here. I don't really know. All of this stuff needs to be addressed. So I really have no basis to judge whether or not this should be in here or not.
Thanks, Poppy. Dave, Balin.
Let me make, I'm gonna make this, this is another, this is the same thing I said last time I talked, which is EPCA does not, requires one of three things in establishing the equity and compliance with EPCA. One is site energy to the consumer, one is source energy adjusted to the consumer, and one is cost of energy provided to the consumer. It is not, has never been the cost of actually doing the installation. That is completely outside of the scope of EPCA. So the important detail here is that we get out of the prescriptive standard or the performance standard with a single base case that we can compare on-site energy from between the proposed compliant dwelling and the base case features of that, and the base case features of that dwelling. That is a simply, and from my perspective, it is simply a site energy question. So many BTUs per square foot, or so many BTUs or kilowatt hours, or whatever we've got. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's what EPCA wants us to do. That's what it's been wanting us to do for pretty close to 30 years. And the confusion about it, about whether it's gonna cost too much to do one or another of the options that you might be evaluating, just doesn't have anything to do with it.
Thanks, Dave. Larry, you are up next. Larry, I'm not hearing you. If you're muted. Okay, we'll go to Chris Burrows.
All right, we'll get you in a minute, Larry. So my question kind of is related to Poppy's. So in this last round, we added into the prescriptive approach requiring heat pump water heaters, and it seemed to me that this change was related to that change. Now that we've gone back and taken out that other change, I'm a little confused as to why we wouldn't automatically just take this change out as well. And
Well,
Dave, you seem to have, yeah. Well, I know, but like, yeah, that's what we're voting on. But that's, I guess, I'm a proponent of doing the same thing. And the question is, I guess, to Dave, because he seems like very knowledgeable on this subject. If you could explain the difference between why he thinks the prescriptive approach is good to take out, but that this one does not need to be taken out.
I'm not sure I understood your question.
Okay, so we added this in. So basically, when we were going through this, we put in the prescriptive approach, heat pump water heaters were a requirement. Because of that, we had to change the design, this design standard, to also match that. And now we're going back and we undid the other one. Why wouldn't we undo this one as well?
The actual point I was trying to make is that it doesn't, in principle, as long as you're using the same system and the same energy, or in this case, site energy, for the analysis, the base case is arbitrary. And in that sense, we could ascribe a single base case for everything, but it would have the same water heater in every case. And it would have the same space heater in every case. And then we would have to make some judgment about how the proposal, what the proposal had to do in order to pass, given those assumptions. I think the way we're doing it now basically puts a minimum standard that's roughly what we've done in the normalization table. That is, it takes the current base case heat pump as, or in the case of space heating, as the base, and it takes a base case water heater of some sort, but particularly heat pump water heater right now, and and uses that as the standard, but it's the same standard in all cases. So I don't know if I answered your question, but
Yeah, kind of, you helped a little bit. It seems to me that the way to handle this would be to take this, accept this proposal, and then as Chell had mentioned a few minutes ago, adjust the credits that you need or the levels that you need to obtain to not reduce that energy, or even maybe since we were a little bit ahead on the residential code, we give this as a go back. And that's specifically from an EPCA standpoint of in this, as I'm reading in front of it, it's requiring heat pump water heaters and has no allowance for gas. And I guess that's just my basic analysis.
Right. So in the R405, there's a table that gives you the base cases of everything, just pretty much. Some of that comes from the prescriptive standard, some of it comes from elsewhere. And it's hard to say for sure what you would do if you don't look at all the cases at once, or at least peruse them to see what you're getting and what you're not getting from the particular standard reference design description. Water heating is one of those things. I would argue that we would be best off using a minimum standard water heater, a heat pump water heater, as the basis for the prescriptive or for the performance standard.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
All right.
It is substantially less efficient than any of the ones in our current option table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Understood. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Chris. Andrea, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to speak to the EPCA thing again, because I think there might be some, I don't know, difference of opinion, which is fine. For anybody that doesn't know, my background is in administrative jurisprudence, so I feel like I have a little bit of an understanding on this. And by reading and watching oral arguments of the Berkeley decision, just reminding everyone that, you know, it's unlikely to get a rehearing, first of all. Secondly, this ruling is applicable to us until that rehearing happens, if it ever happens, and that anything within that opinion, anything that affects energy use, whether it be because credits in order to be compliant with the code makes it more expensive, or completely disincentivizes it because of number of code credits, as well as the amount of money that somebody would have to pay to install the minimum efficiency gas appliance, then those things would be considered a violation under EPCA, because it limits consumer choice of being able to choose the minimum efficiency gas appliance. It can also be applied to propane and other things that fall under that. However, it's important to understand the logical underpinnings of that decision rather than going off of what our own opinions are. So just wanted to get that information out there. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Andrea. Larry, are you able to unmute and contribute? Okay, Poppy. Poppy, are you available?
Hello?
Oh, Larry.
That's the first time the thing popped up to unmute. Someone's not giving me the chance to unmute. Anyway, number one, I think the time frame to get these proposals was unreasonable to you. But here's a thought, okay? I mean, 2006, we're supposed to be 70% reduction. And from my standpoint is we should get rid of all this stuff and go off a performance basis of where we are today and where we got to get to. And each year you reduce that and let it happen with whatever fuel you want to use. And that would simplify all of this stuff. So you take your house that you're going to build, you run it at a 2007 ratio, and then let's say it's 2026, we know where we need to be, and that new building has to be built to the new ratio. And that's it. I mean, it makes it real simple. The other thing I want to bring up is I think you guys need to start looking at RCW 42.30.020. Okay. And what the ramification is for you guys. And I think what I've approached you with here is a very simplistic way to do it. It doesn't give any advantage to any fuel, and it lets the consumer or the builder have the freedom to meet the requirement by the state, and it would pull you completely out of this. And I've thought long and hard about it.
Larry, that's a modeling approach, right?
That would be a modeling approach.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
and by doing that, it takes you guys completely out of the fuel business. And it leaves the modeler or the builder infinite choices of what could be done. Is all he's got to show is that his new place is this percentage less than what the 2006 code is. And to me, that makes the most sense. So you people on the west side that don't have to deal with the cold can go one way. And the people on the east side up in the northern counties can go another way and get there the same way. The whole idea here is to reduce the amount of carbon and BTUs that we're doing. This is what we used to do years ago. And this change of all of a sudden in the past few years to these tables, I think has been really bad. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. And that's a big idea, and I think it's an idea that's worth considering, and we'll be considering that for the 2024 code going forward, which starts not like 6 months from now. Okay, so we're focused right now on proposal 007. We don't yet have a motion on this proposal as far as I am recalling. We've had lots of testimony and discussion. Poppy, you are up next.
Thank you. I have a comment on a previous suggestion to make this change on the assumption that other changes will be made in this section as part of some other process. And I just wanted to communicate that I don't necessarily support that or feel comfortable with it, where we're removing something and we don't understand the relationship between that piece of this section and the targets that are also within that section. And so I really think that the targets need to be addressed at the same time as changes to the reference design or the mandatory section.
Okay, so I guess to kind of just respond initially to that, if no proposals that we received affect the targets. But I guess if somebody wanted to, they could suggest that in fact, if we're going to change this, we would change the targets, but we'd have to figure out how we would.
I'm talking about the targets in the performance path. Maybe I shouldn't target, but there's performance-based compliance and there's a certain percent reduction that's required, and these are all set in relation to everything else in the section. And so it may be that everything is fine, but without knowing, I think it's not really very responsible to just remove a piece of the section without addressing these other pieces.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. Dwayne, you're up.
Yeah, I just briefly wanted to respond. We just heard that the Ninth Circuit decision is what's currently the law, but we've heard from other legal counsel on the same question that no, it's still the previous district court decision is still in effect until this all gets worked out. So I don't think we should be making any statements about the legality of whether the Ninth Circuit decision is currently in force.
I mean, I think maybe Dwayne, you're alluding that there's two Ninth Circuit decisions in force. One is the 2010 or 2011 one, and then the other one is the CRA Berkeley one. And they're I don't think they're contradictory to.
No, I mean, the
Is that what you're saying?
district court, no, the district court decision that was overturned by the Ninth Circuit is still current until it's not. And so just wanted to clarify that that's not, what we heard before is not necessarily the case.
Okay, I'm a bit confused, but okay, Greg, you are up.
I just wanted to quickly go back and clarify something real quick on site energy usage. Engineering is a lot more than just running numbers. I mean, obviously, if you wanted to convert energy sources, BTU hours, you just to kW, just divide by 3414. But there's a lot more to it than that on how you apply things, because heat pumps are fundamentally different technology. It doesn't create heat. It moves heat from one spot to the other. Whereas when you're burning gas for heating, you're creating heat while you're converting the energy source to generate the heat in your house. And essentially, I mean, my point is let's say your heat pump water heater happened. I don't recommend it, but what if it sucked in air from and exchange heat from the indoor air instead of outdoor air? Well, you're basically just adding load onto the home heating system to get that heat. And so things don't just quite work the same. And so, I mean, and so essentially the point is I'm trying to make is understanding when you're trying to compare different sources on site energy usage, comparing to the federal minimum standards or the federal for like systems is more meaningful, especially when we're trying. The whole purpose of energy efficiency has to do with emissions. I mean, that's our goal. And so if our goal is emissions, how are you ascribing energy efficiency value to, emissions value to the electricity at your home versus the gas at your home when you're ignoring the source and all that? So I'm just trying to highlight the complexity of the engineering and why it's when it's easy to dismiss and say, oh, let's. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit of the opinion on that.
Note that ASHRAE itself uses the Appendix G method, which we're using, and uses it without any further conversions. So that's well accepted national practice.
Gary, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 007 and yeah, okay, a motion to approve 007. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second from Andrea. Further discussion, or I guess Gary, why don't you, I mean, I think it's been talked about a lot, but if you want to speak in support, go for it.
Yeah, I won't take long. You know, this is language straight out of the 2018 Washington State Energy Code. So to imply that going back might somehow jeopardize EPCA is a crazy idea, I think. This also brings it into consistency with the IECC. So I just think it's a good move, especially if the heat pump requirements are rolled back. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Larry, you are up.
The carbon chart still hasn't been fixed. Okay. And your own people on your board agreed, the engineer on your board said that the carbon factor that I gave was correct. Okay. And to this date, it still hasn't been corrected. So the carbon chart is wrong and it shouldn't go forward until we fix it. Okay. And then finally, the electrical one was composed of something from the Washington State Commission. And it was proven that it was wrong by the utilities, and you're still trying to use it. That thing needs to be readjusted. but definitely the value for natural gas is wrong. We've shown it mathematically. Your own engineer that was on your board agreed with my calculations, but yet you still try to run with it. So let's get it fixed. Thank you.
Larry, what I recall is that you suggested that the propane number was incorrect. Is that?
I said that the natural gas number was incorrect. The natural gas number should be much lower than the propane number. It should be much lower than the oil number. It's physics, it's pure physics. And your own engineer on your board that was there last year agreed with me. And then nothing's ever been done with it. And the electrical carbon factor is wrong. The utilities are required by law to come up with that factor, but yet Washington State Commission, you're using their supposedly coming to issue in the future number, which is incorrect. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Albert.
Yeah, just a quick note to say, for reference design, it still seems to me that NEA Tier 1 is a good place to base it. I just did a quick review of Tier 1, doesn't require demand response, it's optional, it's a modest COP, and it's also climate specific. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Albert. All right. Anybody want to make a motion? Oh, we have a motion to approve. We spoke in favor of the motion. I see no more hands up. Let's vote on this. So again, the motion is to approve 007, what we see on the screen, which would affect the R405 method. Let's do a roll call vote on this one.
Let's see. Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Jeremy Moore, Wade Craig, Mike Poirier, Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
No.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickman,
Yes.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Greg Davenport. Oh, sorry, Albert Rooks,
Albert?
Sorry, I was on mute. That's a no.
Henry Odom,
No.
John Lang,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchie.
No.
Motion fails 10-7 with one abstention.
What was that, Krista? 10 to what?
10 to 7.
10 to 7, okay. Okay, motion fails 10 to 7. We are on to, this is 07. The next one on my list is 19, which is Kevin Duell, which is largely the same thing. And then we also have 033, which I think is, or no, sorry, Kevin was about space and water heating. So let's go to 19. So Kevin, you have the floor. Kevin, are you available?
Sorry, I double mute there.
It happens.
Okay, so this is, I suppose, similar to the previous proposal, but not really.
It includes space heating as well.
It does, yeah, that's the difference. It changes the mandatory standards that you're basing your calculations on. So yeah, it's same thing except space and water heating together. And the purpose was, as others have said, that the standard reference design was changed to an air source heat pump because that was the minimum requirement of the 2021 code. That's no longer the case, so it just seemed logical to revert to the previous version. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Gary.
Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Damon has a second. Gary, do you want to speak?
No, kind of said my piece. This goes back to be consistent with IECC and what was in the 2018 code. I think it's if the heat pump requirements are going to go away, then this baseline ought to revert to. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Damon, you have the floor.
Just to simplify, there's no reason that the baseline shouldn't be the minimum equipment that is allowed by law.
Thanks, Damon. Puppy.
Yeah, as far as I can see, as for the space heating, that isn't changing it back to the way it was before. It actually was, I think, requiring an air source heat pump previously. Maybe that was just for electric. But again, I think there's a lot of statements like there's no reason to or no reason not to. But I just want to again emphasize that it's complex how all of these things are connected, and there may have been a very good reason to set things a certain way. And I feel like we're relitigating these individual pieces of the code, and I don't see how they're connected to EPCA. And I think at some point, maybe it was at the last meeting, Chell, you had suggested, or somebody had suggested, that the proposer state how their proposal reduces risk to EPCA. And I think that would really help us with this process, because we're diving into a lot of discussion that may be a great discussion to have, and it may be really good to have it moving forward, particularly for this performance path. But I'm not seeing how some of these things actually have relevance to the topic at hand.
Thanks, Poppy, for the reminder. I had forgotten that I had suggested that, and I think that is good to state. I don't want to bring in a new requirement for proponents that I didn't have earlier, but I think it would be helpful for everybody if the proponent or somebody else mentions as detailed as they can. I mean, as the bits under EPCA that they think this assists with compliance of, and it's not a requirement. That's just a suggestion, because I think it will help us kind of consider its relevance. Chris, you're up next. Chris Burrows.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think in my mind, it's pretty obvious how this affects EFCA because the changing of the prescriptive baseline, this was caused by the change of the prescriptive baseline. So it only makes logical sense to move this back as long as we're moving the other back. I think by not doing that and by voting no, we're increasing our risk of violating EPCA proposals when this gets to litigation. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Wondering as a proponent if I should answer Poppy's question.
If you could, yeah, Kevin, you are more than welcome to.
Certainly. So first of all, EPCA requires that a baseline, a federal minimum piece of equipment be included in the baseline. That's the main thing. That was the main driver for this. And also, I'm reading from the code here, and this table has language struck out that I just put back in, basically. For all systems, the same.
2018? You mean against struck out from the 2018?
I'm looking at the 2020, excuse me, mouth is not working. 2021 version for heating systems and surface water heating, and the language from 2018 is struck out, which says basically your minimum shall be the federal minimum, and then it changes it to heat pumps. So I'm reverting back to 2018 language because it's my understanding that EPCA does require that a minimum efficiency equipment item be included in the baseline calculation. I'm not a lawyer. We've said that a million times. So armchair attorney aside, that was the reasoning behind this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Kevin and Chris, you're up. Chris Burrows, you're up next. And if not, then David Reddy.
No, I just had my hand left up. So David, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, this is throwing me in a loop here because the publicly posted first printing of the 2021 residential code doesn't have the right language from the CR 103 for this particular section. So I'm looking at now the CFR or the CR 103 language, and I guess it's all to say, I think this change, like I guess I agree with Poppy, like we don't have the information that justifies these changes to the standard reference design in conjunction with the targets that were set for our 405. So maybe we could consider changes like this in that context a little bit better now, but this proposal doesn't have it. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, David. Dave Balon, you're up next. Dave Balon, you're up next.
Yeah, I agree with the last comment and Poppy's comment. The reason that things look considerably different in the 2018 code is that it actually sets an emission standard as the base. It doesn't actually matter how you get to that to the requirement, because the emissions are set up based on fuel use, and so they sort of independently keep calibrating to that requirement. That isn't true anymore. It has been true in the past, but it is not true anymore. And that in order to actually preserve the progress we've made in the 2018 and 21 code, we have to go back to specific systems in the base case for the R405. That is that's should take a little bit of work. This is these scattergun approaches to setting the base case are at best self-serving, and I would like to say that I'm not completely confused. I am not completely clear whether this is the right thing or not. My guess is it's not, but that we actually need to be clear that at least in the case of water heating and space heating, we have a common base. and a reasonable target for those systems. And I don't think we really do right now, because our targets used to be carbon, and I don't see anywhere in here where we're actually even talking about carbon. So the basic thing is rolling back R405 to equipment efficiency based on the particular fuel selection that's made, which is definitely not what we've been doing for the last 2 code cycles.
Thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that for all of these reasons, it really isn't about whether or not we want these things in as the baseline or not. It's, again, we don't actually really know the implications. Even in the mandatory section where it says that space heating heat pumps and water heating heat pumps are required, that seems obvious that in relation to what changes that we made to the prescriptive code, that those should be removed, except the targets are actually based on, these percent targets are based on assuming that those mandatory requirements are in effect. So we can't just remove one without looking at everything else. And so I'm not even advocating for any of these, or against or for any of these individual changes. I think that some of them make sense because we need to actually align the performance path with the other changes. And I want to do that, but I want to do it in a way that actually preserves the integrity of this important section.
Thanks, Poppy. Kevin, you are up.
Just good discussion here. And to be clear, this proposal doesn't attempt to fix everything. It's just trying to fix specific language. And I see what folks are saying, that you could argue that an air source heat pump of a minimum efficiency could be a baseline. I mean, I'm just reading the requirements here from EPCA. That paragraph D says if the code uses one or more baseline building designs against which all submitted building designs are to be evaluated, yada, yada, the baseline building designs are based on the efficiency level for such covered product, you know, the minimum standard. So that could be anything, right? It could be any covered product, could be electric resistance, could be the proposed. I do wonder, unfortunately, since we've already rejected Greg's proposal, I don't believe that the service water heating requirement that's been struck here meets that requirement of EPCA, because it's NEA's standard, not the federal standard. So I think we're in a little bit of a twist here with EPCA as it sits. Since we've already rejected Greg's proposal, it would have basically changed the second half of mine. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay. Did we have a motion on this one? It's getting late in the day.
Yes, we did.
Yes,
We did, okay.
We had a motion to approve.
To approve, okay. We have a motion to approve. We have a second. I'm not seeing further hands up. So let's take a roll call vote on where so the motion is to approve. The yes vote is to approve the 019 as on the screen.
Damon Doyle,
Yes.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
No.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
Yes.
Andrea Smith, are you there, Andrea?
I didn't hear you, Andrea.
Probably muted him.
Irina Rasputnis,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Albert Rooks,
No.
Henry Odom,
No. No, sorry, no.
John Lang,
No.
Patrick Hayes, Luke Howard,
No.
Jason Carter, Jeanette McHugh,
Yes.
Jonah Kinchy.
No.
I'm gonna go back. Andrea, Jason. Okay, motion fails 12-4.
Okay, motion fails 12-4. The next one up is 033, which is, I believe, largely similar to 019, and this is a Brian Ahee one, and I believe Brian is not here. So let's bring up 033.
Sorry, my computer's running a little slow this afternoon.
Oh no.
If I may interject, I see my table doesn't include his, but it's basically the same as Greg's.
Yeah, I guess we could. Yeah, let's bring it up and look at it. Okay, so this is service water heating, same as proposed. That's essentially that. And then is this just about surface water heating? Yeah, it's water heating is my notes on it. So yes, this is largely the same as the tag is rejected. So Dave Balon.
We've done this already, so I move to disapprove.
We have a motion to disapprove. Do we have a second?
Second, Dwayne.
Okay. We have a second. Is there, Dave, do you want to speak to your motion? I mean, you did, but.
We've done it already. This is the same language as we just disapproved in two different cases, so I think we're done with it.
Okay. I'm not seeing other hands up. So let's do a roll call vote on this one. This is 033.
Can we try a voice vote?
I'll
I
try.
can guarantee you'll have nays.
All right.
Yeah. Let's do a roll call vote on this one. The motion is to disapprove 033.
Damon Doyle,
Yay.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina Resputness,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes, Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Yeah, Ned, can you call me back? I want to go over all this.
Jeanette McHugh,
I just got the answer.
No.
Jonah Kinchie,
Yes.
motion carries 13-4.
Okay, motion carries 13-4. That is 033. The next one on the list, 038 was withdrawn earlier. Then there's a couple of other miscellaneous ones. Greg Johnson had a 039, which is about the carbon table. And then Kevin had one 015 about water heater locations. And those are the two that I haven't, that we haven't discussed yet. And then there is some wait a minute. R503. Also, there are a couple of proposals on our 503, and I wanted to make sure that we looked at chapter 5 a little bit as well. But okay, so let's cover those two. So 039, this is Greg Johnson. Greg, do you want to talk to this one?
Yeah, and instead of rehashing, and we've talked about source efficiency quite a bit at length, so I'll skip that. I did want to bring up one nuance that happened here. So if you look in the code, the targets were adjusted down for the 2022. And if you scroll down on the proposal down to the justification section, right there. So emission targets were tightened from 11 to 18% on somewhere in that range. It depended on what the item was. There's several different items in there, but so according to our goal, we're making emissions targets more stringent, which is good. But if you scroll up and you look at what we did to this table right there, you'll see that we went from a 0.8 down to a 0.44. So what we effectively done is we said, if you're using electricity in your building, you can be less energy efficient because we're treating electricity as, you know what I mean, like the significant change. So you can see right there, we have just made electric buildings, if they were to follow this simulated performance path, they can use more energy because we ascribed a looser requirement by quite significant amount. Even though we tightened the targets, we loosened the way more than we tightened. So I wanted to highlight that, and none of the other values changed from 2018 to 2021. But in 2021, I mean, you can see the big reduction there. So you can tighten your targets 11 to 18%, but if you relax what the emissions value for electricity is by 55%, you've just made your building, you know what I mean? you moved in the needle in the wrong direction.
All right, thanks, Greg. I see Dave Balon's hand up.
Oh, my mistake. I don't quite understand this change, since we are removing the carbon emissions as a criteria. Perhaps I don't understand what we've actually proposed here, but it seems like the carbon emissions table is moot at this point, whatever it says. It is true that Department of Commerce in the state of Washington made a big effort to get a defensible carbon content for electricity using short-term and long-term plans from the NREL database. And 0.8 never comes up. The only place 0.8 ever comes up, well, not ever, but in recent past, the only place 0.8 ever comes up is when the gas company is trying to assess what it is that the electricity should be.
Dave, I have a question for you.
But
did we eliminate the carbon emissions factors? In the residential code, I don't.
I guess I'm not totally clear on that.
We did in the prescriptive side as part of Henry's proposal. So this is one of the issues out of 5 that we need to deal with on the performance side, is whether or not this should even be here and whether or not this should be calculated based on carbon, since we changed it.
That's what I thought was the point here, although I admit I haven't seen any proposals that did that. This is the only one that even sort of does it, and it does exactly the opposite.
I guess, so with proposal 035 in the residential, we didn't strike this table, I don't think.
We didn't?
No.
So go ahead, Henry, if you had.
No, I didn't strike it from mine. I also just want to note that this is pretty closely linked to the commercial code too, right? And I believe we followed the commercial's lead here. I guess we'll be discussing commercial later, but.
Yes, and I was trying to look up whether we struck this in the commercial meeting or not.
We haven't yet.
We haven't, okay.
So
this, go ahead.
Johnny's from RMI's proposal would propose striking this, in his proposal proposes that, but that was tabled, that proposal. And so, I mean, in the residential code, nothing's addressed this.
Yeah.
And then also just a note, the proposals, even though we passed the ODM's proposal, that's not in the register. That still has to go through the MBE and the SBCC committee, whereas the code is in. So we should be talking about in reference to what's actually in the register, what's actually law at the moment.
Yeah, and right now this is the carbon emissions table is in the 2021 code. It has not been changed by this. It has not been suggested to be changed by this body yet by an affirmative vote on a proposal. I guess is the way I'd say it. And we had a proposal that would strike the table entirely, but that proposal was withdrawn. So I guess we have this table. This is the only proposal that is talking about this table. So I guess let's talk about the factors. I want to just revive a bit of history on this for the tag. Is that 0.7 was the electricity factor in the commercial code in 2018. At the very last minute, it was changed to 0.08 in the residential code at the final council meeting in 2018 for the 2018 code. Then a study was done by the Department of Commerce to look at what the carbon emission factor would be going forward, given certain things. And that's where the 0.44 came from. And that was presented at the tag and debated at length by this body, although some of the people are different today. So that's where the 0.44 came from in this code cycle. So it was a lot of our discussion on it already. And I guess I would go back to something said earlier and say, would the proponent of this talk about how this affects EPCA compliance, changing a number, changing electricity factor, how would that affect EPCA compliance?
To answer your question about how this affects EPCA compliance, is when you so you have to look, it's not just a change to this table, it's a change to the energy targets. And so that's pretty significant. So when you change the energy target, so in the 2021, you have to have equal or less than 64% of annual carbon emissions for a 1,500 square foot. And you compare that back to the 2018. So I mean, they have categories for all the different targets from based on square footage and what we have to hit on the performance path. From 2018 to 2021, all the targets have tightened. They've all gotten down. So when you've tightened all your targets down, and it tightened by 11 to 18% for each category based on square footage, when you tighten all the targets down, but at the same time, you go off and you say, oh, we're going to say that electricity is more cleaner and we're going to relax it by 55%. You've basically created a scenario where you're saying we're going to penalize every source because every source has to go more stringent, except for electricity, you can actually go more usage. And so when you've created a change that actually increases, that allows you to use more electricity, if that's the source, but you have to use less of any other fuel source, that double change is it can be shown very well as being EPCA not compliant, because you're purposely you're penalizing every source by electricity and you're relaxing electricity, and so that falls in the face of EPCA.
I guess they don't follow, but I will leave it to the tag to.
Yeah, it's R405.2. So if you read through what the performance targets of R405.2,
yep.
And you compared that from 2018 to 2021, where the change is.
Yeah, no, I get that part of it.
Yeah.
I didn't require a discussion on earlier proposals, so I guess I'm not going to hold this one to a higher standard. So I don't understand, but I will. I'm not going to hold this to a higher standard than I held other proposals earlier in the day by requiring kind of an understanding of how this, like the sections of APCA that this requires. So, and I'm also looking at the number of hands, and we have about 2 hours left. And I would like to ask a kind of a general question of Krista or anybody else. The only proposals I have left on my list are this one and 015, which is a Kevin one. And then I would actually like to talk a little bit about chapter 5, because I think chapter 5 references some of the things that we've already made motions and approved that would change chapter 5. So I want to make sure we have time to get to chapter 5 on that. And last time we had this discussion on carbon emissions factors, it took many hours, and I expect that today as well. So I'd like to make sure we get all the other business done before we jump into this one, because I feel like some of the other stuff can be more clear cut, and I want to make sure the tag has time to consider everything. And if we, don't get completely done with this one, the MVE will already be able to take it out.
Have we done 031 already?
031.
Yeah, that was disapproved.
Yep.
Okay.
So then
Yeah.
it's
It's disapproved by a voice vote. Unanimous.
Thank you. That's why it wasn't on my list.
So we have 039, 015, and then I guess
Shell, could I interject a process question?
please.
So it's been identified that the performance path has issues and we don't have proposals to address those issues. So what happens? Does the tag just make a note? Do you make a note in your report to the MVE that there are unresolved issues, or do we try to create something here on the fly? How does that work?
Well, when you say it's been noted that it has issues, some people have noted it has issues. People have voted against the changes. So as the tag said it has issues, I don't know the answer to that. Some people have said it has issues. So I guess that's where I'm at on that one.
Okay.
If the tag voted in favor of saying it has issues, then we would do that. I don't know. That hasn't been a motion, and there's no, I guess. Yeah,
That's fair. Good enough.
okay. This section, I'm going to try and use a little bit of privilege here. When we, I would like to reconsider a small part of a disapproved amendment or disapproved proposal 002, that there's a portion of it where it strikes. Could you bring that up, Krista? There's no motion on this particular one, and I'd like to address something. And as chair, I can bring things up. Anybody can bring things up on motions, but I would like to reconsider a portion of proposal 002.
Hey, Chell, point of order. We've
Sure.
had people talk about this. And so I have a couple questions based on other tag members' statements previously on the issue we were talking about before. So I'm a little worried about losing that if we switch to go to something else.
Yeah, I know. I am as well. I am concerned that this discussion will go on for a long time, and so I'd rather not have half a discussion, move on to other things, and have another half a discussion. We've kind of just barely started on this one, so.
Okay, can we record the people's spot in talking about this one and then put it on hold? I'm
Yes.
definitely a favor of getting this done. So.
Okay, everybody leave your hands up. I'm writing your names down in order that I saw them.
Jill, can I ask a question or maybe make a suggestion for the carbon emissions table proposal? And maybe people can correct me and make sure I'm understanding kind of where we are with that right now. But so Henry Odom's proposal, what didn't strike it, but Johnny Coker's proposal would have. Would the proponent, could something be asked of the proponent if they would be willing to accept it as a friendly amendment to strike it?
I think that would be, that would
end all debate on that issue. But again, I want to make sure I'm understanding where everybody is, if that's what we're talking about here. But if it is, then perhaps the debate doesn't need to happen. It's just an idea.
Yeah, I think it could be reasonable to have a motion to do that, to strike the entire table. I think that would be a reasonable motion. We received a proposal on it, but the proposal withdrawn. I think we could still unwithdraw the proposal. I don't know the legality of that, but I think we could probably. It was definitely submitted as a proposal, so.
Well, the question that I had would be for the proponent of the current proposal. Does that satisfy what they're trying to accomplish, and would striking the table altogether, would they accept that as a friendly amendment?
Well, I mean, I think in order to go through that, I think we need more discussion.
Yeah.
So if we're going
Fair
to
enough.
discuss it, we should discuss it. If we're not going to discuss it and we're going to wait, then we should wait.
Yeah, I'd like to wait on this. I think I'd like to do something with the chapter. And I'm gonna make a motion to look at 002 and reconsider the chapter 5 strike throughs in 002. In proposal 002.
So when would we get back to 405? Because I have a number of comments on this, not related to this actual emissions factor, but about removing it.
Yeah, I think as soon as my motion is over, I would like to get back to that. We would do it today and we would do it soon, but I think this is something I think I would like to have a few minutes to discuss. And so I made a motion, and I'll await a second on it now that it's on the screen, in case anybody's.
Second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a second.
Real quick, Chell, can we take our hands down for this? For
Yeah,
the
you can take your
discussion?
hands
So
down.
okay.
Take your hands down. I wrote down the people in order that they raised their hand, and we'll get back to you when we get back to the next one. I just wanted to bring this up because I think we should debate it for a few minutes. I'm in favor of this motion. I think since we struck our 403.13 and our 403.5.7, we need to at least modify these parts of chapter 5. So that's my speaking in favor of this motion. Is there further discussion? Johnny?
Sorry, mistake.
Kevin?
I think this is an excellent motion, and it just makes sense to remove references to sections that no longer exist.
Thanks, Kevin. Is there further discussion on this? Dave Bailon?
This is a pretty important change that was made in the last in the C 103, CR 103. It essentially makes it so that the site energy efficiency has to be considered in changing heating or hot water systems. It is inconvenient at best that we don't have those sections anymore, but I don't think we've exactly addressed what it is that's going on in the rest of the code for new construction that is now being subsumed in option tables and normalization tables that is not really here for existing construction. So my view is we should in fact not approve this, which we already have not approved, but that if we need to do something with it, we probably do, we need to basically reconstruct the language of 503 1.1.2 and 3 so that it actually meets the intent of the original change.
Dave, do we have such a proposal? Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Oh yeah, just noting that what we're removing here are exceptions. So what that means is if you have a alteration, you have to comply with R403 or R403.5, and you lose the opportunity to make an exception in that we struck out. So it's the code still works. It's just a matter of losing a couple exceptions.
Yep. Okay, well, I'm gonna risk a voice vote on this one. Motion is to accept these two strikeouts from chapter 5 from proposal 002. All, I'm gonna do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
One abstain, Dwayne.
Okay, one abstain, and otherwise the motion passes. So these are now forwarded to the MVE committee for their consideration. Thank you for indulging me. Now we can get back to the main attraction, which is the carbon emissions factor. And I have Poppy, then Johnny, then Gary, then Chris Burrows, then Larry, then Lisa, then David Reddy. So Poppy, go ahead.
Yeah, so in reference to this carbon emissions factors table, if it wasn't removed from Henry's proposal, it seems like that may have been an oversight because of the other changes. It's not really relevant anymore. Because in his proposal that we approved, it shifted the normalization table from carbon to site energy. And then all of the credits and everything were adapted. And so the question is why we wouldn't be doing a similar thing with the performance path. And so I don't really think discussions around what the actual numbers are, what the actual factors are, is really relevant, particularly if we're talking about it before any kind of discussion about removing the table. Because we only need to have that table there if we are going to leave the performance path as a carbon-based compliance path, and I think we likely aren't. And Johnny's proposal, number 38, the 405 sections of that actually addressed most of the things that we've been talking about in a complete way. And I think that we should consider how we can potentially bring that back or adapt some of these other proposals to accomplish the same thing, which is basically removing the emissions table, changing the compliance from carbon to site-based, removing the heat pump water heating and heat pump space heating from the mandatory section, which makes sense within a context of redoing the calculations for the compliance and the targets, and then also making some changes to the standard reference. So he's addressed almost all of these elements, and I think it's something that we should consider. We definitely need to figure out a way of aligning the performance path with the prescriptive changes that we made, and this carbon factors table is just a legacy. So I guess my question is what is the process for doing that? And does anybody have any thoughts on that, whether we should maybe adapt some of these other proposals or try to bring that one up?
Okay, I have a question for Krista or anybody. So Johnny earlier today withdrew proposal 38. Is there a process for unwithdrawing, or is that as simple as asking him to unwithdraw it? Is there a...
Well, the easiest path forward would be to modify Greg's proposal with language from Johnny's proposal, but if he is unwilling to do that, we've never actually withdrawn a proposal before, so there's no real
precedent.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess, you're the tag, you get to decide what to do. But it sounds like if, and I'm reading between lines and hearing some support for perhaps, striking the carbon emissions table versus modifying it. And if we strike it, we need to modify a few other things. So I'm going to go in the order in which I had written people's names down originally, but I guess it seems like it would be in order to modify, to make a motion to modify this to include Johnny's proposal 38, or to adapt language from proposal 38 into this one, or something like that. That seems like that would be in order as far as I can tell from today's discussion. So I think that I'm trying to answer your question, Poppy, with that. And I have Johnny next, but Greg, you're raising your hand, and I'm thinking you have like kind of a point of order thing if you wanted to.
Yeah, so Johnny's proposal is very different than mine. I mean, there might be
Yes.
very similar aspects, and I don't know if that is appropriate. I mean, because they're so varying different. I mean, I don't know if that's appropriate or
Okay.
even works to come. To tag on to one. Something that completely different.
I agree. I agree that they're very different in their intent. So yes, okay. It'd probably be a stretch to do that. I guess if somebody wanted to, Johnny, you could probably unwithdraw it. I mean, it's within the same day. I'm guessing that'd be possible. It was submitted in the normal way and met the administrator review and that kind of thing. So I'm guessing you could unwithdraw it. I am not entirely sure of that though. Greg, do you have a?
Might I suggest that you defer that decision and have someone research it to make sure you're who knows Robert's rules or all the, because you don't want to run afoul of and find out you violated procedure and then it and I don't even know what procedure is. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think Robert's rules would cover withdrawing a proposal. I think Robert's rules is about governing things. Under Robert's rules, someone could submit a new proposal now, I think, but under the policies and practices of the Code Council that we've used, my understanding is it's unclear about whether a withdrawn proposal could be unwithdrawn. I just don't know. But I've heard a couple of people want to do so. So that's why I'm bringing it up. Sorry to digress on this, but I think it is germane to the topic because I've heard a couple of people say that it would affect their decision on this if there was a proposal in the mix to strike the table as well. Is there any other line that could do the research on that? Right now,
I'm digging into Robert's rules.
Yeah, is this a Robert's rule question or is this a
this
tag?
is not a Robert's rules question.
This is like a tag bylaws
This is
question, is
a
it not?
tag question is once something is withdrawn, can it be unwithdrawn, within the same day by the proponent, or not? And I don't know that we have bylaws on that, but if somebody did some research, they might be able to find that out.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to unwithdraw proposal 38 and to consider it today.
Okay, and because I don't know, I will consider that to be in.
Excuse me, Jill. I just looked
Yeah.
it up and it says, Robert says that once a motion is withdrawn, it ceases to exist and cannot be reintroduced.
It wasn't a motion, it was a proposal. There
I
was no
think that's the same
motion for the
thing.
proposal.
This is Lisa. I think Poppy's right and I'm doing some digging myself, that this was a proponent activity. It wasn't tag unless you call accepting the withdrawal a tag activity. But this was something the proponent chose to do. And it seems like it's a very valid thing for the tag to consider, because the proposal was withdrawn prior to hearing argument of all the other proposals. And so now the new information has been brought to light. It would be reasonable to accommodate this.
Although the proposal is owned by the proponent, not the tag.
Correct.
So it is up to the proponent rather than the tag to.
I unwithdraw.
So I think you just needed Johnny's permission to be able to make that motion. Because if he had other reasons for not wanting that to be considered.
I mostly wanted to save us time because I didn't want to do a performance versus prescriptive debate for 2 hours and waste everyone's time. I unwithdraw my proposal so that we can discuss the portions of the proposal which are relevant to the carbon metrics table and anything else that could be helpful.
Albert will second the motion on the floor.
So the motion was to unwithdraw the proposal. It sounds like
I'm
There was no motion.
I don't think that there was, what Poppy was proposing, I don't believe that that's something that the tag can do, that action comes from the proponent. So no motion needs to happen.
Okay, so my understanding of what just happened is that Poppy made a motion, but the tag is not free to make that motion, but Johnny unwithdrew his proposal 38. So now it is one of those things on the table in front of us, but not the thing we're considering right now. Does anybody disagree with that?
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know what I don't know. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't know if that's even in order or not knowing enough. And my suggestion would be to research it, just so you don't run afoul. I don't know, or I don't know what the risk is, even if we do run afoul.
Well, the good thing is, from that perspective, is we don't write any rules here. We just make recommendations to the MBE. They don't write the rules. They just send something to the council. So, Stoyan.
I just woke up. So I'm kidding. So I did a quick research, and we've had this in the past. The proponent asked to withdraw the proposal. There was no technical advisory group action, and then the proponent decided to move it back, or the proponent withdraw the proposal. However, the BFP committee, it's not really related to energy code, but we've had it for the BFP committee. So the BFP committee took this withdrawn proposal and moved it back in the package. If this qualifies as a legit research, this is what I was able to find. So in this case, Johnny withdrew the proposal, but based on the conversation, he decided to move it back. There wasn't any technical advisory group action, and there is no need for another technical advisory group action, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Stoyan. I'm going to, unless I hear a very well-reasoned dissent, I'm going to assume that he can unwithdraw the proposal and that it is back to be considered by the tag.
I'm supportive of Stoyan's explanation.
Okay, so basically it can be unwithdrawn or something like that. Okay, all right, so now we have 3 proposals to consider instead of 2. We have O39, which is on the table. We have 15, and then we have O38 as well. So let's talk about O39. And I think Poppy had made a motion, but the motion was out of order to unwithdraw it. Poppy, you still have the floor, and after Poppy, I have Johnny, Gary, Chris, Larry, Lisa, and then David ready. So Poppy, do you? Okay, now I have Johnny, you're up next.
I was gonna unwithdraw my proposal. I already did that, so check.
Okay, thanks. We have Gary next.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of wrapped ourselves around the axle just a little bit on this one. I'm wondering, I might make a motion to table O39 until we've had a chance to discuss O38.
You did make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, motion to table. Is there a second?
Second, this is David.
Okay, we have a motion to table and we have a second. A motion to table, I guess, cuts off discussion is my understanding of it. So let's do okay, I'll risk a voice vote on this one. All in favor of the motion to table 39 until we've discussed 38, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion to table successful. We are now going to consider O38. And Johnny, you have the floor.
Great. So the only sections that are, well, the sections that are relevant to the conversation that we just had are in R405. R405 here, I updated the amount of the annual carbon emissions to site energy, basically because I'm eliminating the carbon table and making it a site energy table. So I changed all these references in the charging language for R405.2, and then just made some other changes to the bottom there to make it based on energy. If you scroll down, this table R405.2-1, these are changes that I'm no longer like, that's part of the reason why I removed it initially, is like, I just not trying to bark up this tree right now. So we can, I think those were actually already eliminated by David Reddy's proposal anyway. This is the main one here. Yeah. Changing the carbon emissions factors and just eliminating that table. So now it's based on site energy, which is aligned with EPCA, which says that when comparing a one-to-one energy or energy cost basis, it doesn't say anything about carbon, which is why we're doing this. Wish I didn't have to do it. I like actually having it based on carbon, but it's to be more EPCA compliant. I think that any other changes in here are not necessarily useful to the conversation at hand, and people can decide what they want to do with those.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. I guess to your last point, if someone wants to make a motion on this at some point this afternoon, you would want to be clear about which portions of the proposal you are making a motion on, so that well, you just be clear about what portions of the proposal you want to make a motion on when you do that. David Reddy.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to have the opportunity to work with Johnny and others that are interested to update R405 to incorporate some of these edits that he's provided that I think are important and necessary, but also address some of the other proposals that we've looked at that weren't made in kind of an overall comprehensive approach to our 405. So I don't know, that's a suggestion that we actually work on this a little bit offline in a small group with people that are interested.
Okay, and we're probably going to take action on as much as we can today, but there are many more avenues for input to make the code better at the MVE and council and public comment. Larry. Larry, you are up. And you're muted.
I'm unmuted now.
All right, I hear you.
People forget to unmute when I come to speak. But anyway, so I'm trying to get a better understanding here. So we're throwing away the carbon emissions and we're just looking at the energy used at the site. Is that correct? Doesn't matter what type of energy it is. It's just the energy used.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It's based on site energy. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Greg, you're up.
So I'll say I like your approach in part, Johnny, but I mean, I believe it's a incomplete solution in of itself because it only addresses the performance path. And that's partly why on the commercial tag, I had proposed to accept your proposal there with the addition of prescriptive path changes. So that's part one. And then one minor nuance is to make it better would be if along with your proposal, you included the site energy was based on the federal standards, the federal minimum standards, which is one we've already talked about. That was a proposal that was voted down. But overall, I mean, if your proposal is paired with some prescriptive path changes, I think that's would go a long ways. Don't see any problem with striking the table when if it included those changes.
Thanks, Greg. Gary.
Thanks. I've expressed my concerns before about utilizing site energy when you're comparing different energy sources. You know, if one change were made to this proposal, and if you scroll down, keep on going, right there. And for heating system, and I would probably make the same proposal for the water heating system if the standard reference design was same as proposed. Then to me, site energy works just fine. Because then you're comparing gas to gas, electric to electric on a site energy basis. And so anyway, I would be supportive if that one tiny little change was made.
Poppy, go ahead. And I'll just, I guess, or if the prescriptive option is, you know, what we voted on earlier is that R403.13 doesn't exist anymore. So we have to figure out what goes in the table here. Poppy.
Yeah, I think that I agree with a lot of what Gary said, and I think the additional change may be a good thing to consider if it kind of holds things together. And I believe that with some amendments, obviously, to remove the parts of this that don't refer to 405. And then also if we could somehow communicate that we are thinking about it not as an alternative approach, but as something that is presented along with the changes in the prescriptive path, and that it's intended to align those paths as they have been aligned mostly in the past. And so I think it kind of knocks out systematically going through it a lot of the EPCA issues, and it would align with the res and its energy base. The carbon table would be removed. It removes the mandatory and it changes the reference design. So it's very comprehensive, and I'm not making a motion here, but I think that we should all consider what anybody else has to say about it, definitely, but also maybe we start making motions to make those changes so that it can be something that we feel good about voting on.
Thanks, Poppy. Henry.
Yeah, unless I'm missing something, we're going to a like for like savings, which we had been discussing, that the whole state fuel mix combined needs to reach the 70% reduction, not just gas versus gas. One piece that was in the 2018 section of this code was mandatory compliance with section R406, and that is not included in this proposal. Wondering what folks think about putting that back in here to keep closer alignment to the prescriptive code, as Poppy just mentioned. It's not a motion, I'm just putting it out there. Thank you.
For Henry, if I'm recalling correctly, the tag struck that requirement intentionally. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes, we did, but we were using carbon-based accounting, which if we remove carbon emissions and we go just to site, and you can use like for like based proposed, I don't see where the equivalency between an all gas house and an all electric house is met.
Okay, yeah. Because there's no fuel normalization or energy normalization or whatever.
Yeah. So you could have a gas house that's meeting this, but it's still, far less efficient than an electric, and that would be a loophole through the code as it's currently put together.
But didn't we? Okay, I misunderstood this, but they're part of this. We've, I guess, rejected 3 times today a move to have the gas baseline be the gas and the electric baseline to be heat pumps. Does this proposal also include that?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, good.
Johnny or Henry, yeah.
Yeah, so this proposal kept it as actually, can you scroll down? What did I end up writing? Apologies. Yeah. I just made that change, and then it was already a heat pump water heater as the baseline for water heating. What you could do, I actually think that this is still okay on the air source heat pump side, because it is an EPCA covered product. So that baseline has an EPCA covered product, and you're just comparing it to another EPCA covered product. I think on the water heating side, one suggestion I could have would be that we could set it as a minimum gas efficient product, but then we increase the percent required so that it's equal to what the heat pump water heater tier 1 is. So there's no reduction in the actual impact of the code. It just is a legalistic change that would set the EPCA covered product as a baseline, and then it would require more energy efficiency so that it doesn't reduce the stringency of the code.
Sure, something like that would work. I'm just concerned if we start striking, if we change this table R405 to have baseline and propose of the same fuel source, we would lose that stringency as well. So open for ideas.
Yeah, should be the same product is the baseline for both fuels. And if we set it as gas, then we should just make it as stringent as a heat pump for the total building performance. That way we're not reducing the energy efficiency of our code.
Just to be clear, right now, we have 3 times considered changing the standard reference design today, and we've voted against it all 3 times. And we don't have a proposal to change both the standard reference design and the targets, but I guess we might be able to do something about that. So if we approve this proposal does have something about what the reference design is, but it references a code section that we have stricken, 403.13. So I don't know where we are. From a technical standpoint, either we need to not adopt the changes here in 405.4.21, or we need to figure out some other way to deal with that.
You could just write minimum federal efficiency heat pump.
That could be that could be a solution. Yeah. Okay. Dave Balon, you are up next.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, good. My internet has gone very unstable, so this may or may not work. In the past, we have used the carbon table to sort of act as a surrogate to the base case in both the option tables and in the R405. We're not going to do that anymore, but I think that Henry's suggestion, if it actually references the normalization table, is actually a fairly reasonable way to get a base case. That said, it's also reasonable to essentially construct the base case on the fly with the existing language in R405. I'd support either of those options as long as we preserve the site energy requirements.
Thanks, Dave. Larry.
Go over here.
Hey, Larry, you were unmuted for a second, but you are now muted. Okay, Greg Johnson.
So I wanted to suggest, what if you change this to federal minimum efficiency appliance instead of heat pump for the baseline? And I know that's been voted down, like you mentioned, Shell, 3 different times, but and that might be a good way. And clearly, I don't think anyone would say that this path would violate EPCA, and there might be concern about energy efficiency, but reminding that does anyone actually use the performance path for design? I mean, it's the everyone's using the prescriptive path, so it may not really matter, you know what I mean, if we make that change and then go with what Johnny has proposed, and then also do as Poppy suggested, make this not a parallel thing, but something that must be done in conjunction with other proposal.
Thanks, Greg. Dave Balon, your hand is still up, but I feel like next is Larry.
I can't get it down.
Hello.
Hey, Larry.
Okay, did you get the furnace out and everything?
Can I pull the furnace?
I don't know. It's
Larry, I can't tell if you're talking to us, but you're really, okay, you just muted. David Reddy.
So can I make a motion? Start formulating a motion here?
Yeah.
Because I don't know, I guess there's pieces here we're gonna need to get done. So if you scroll up, so adopting the edits in section R405.2. Adopting the edits to table R405.21. Yep, yeah, keep scrolling down, please. And adopting the removal of the carbon emissions factors table R405.22. And that be the change that we vote on.
Okay, we have a motion. The motion is to adopt from proposal 38, 405.2, 0.21, and 0.2 parentheses 2 by striking the carbon emissions factors. Do we have a second for the motion?
I second.
Okay, we have a second for the motion. David, do you want to speak to your motion?
Well, I think this is the direction that the commercial code path is going. We haven't voted on everything, but I believe there's agreement that we're moving to using site energy as the basis. So I think the performance path should as well, and these few edits resolve that, although I think we still need to do some more discussion and work on maybe what the targets are, or maybe some of the details of the baseline, but at least for this particular portion, I think these changes need to be made.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, you are up.
Thank you, Shell. Can we scroll back up to the initial paragraph, the R405.2? In item 2, I'm proposing a friendly amendment to strike carbon emissions. It's referenced another time.
Thank you.
Yeah, accepted.
Let's do that.
And obviously put site energy to match. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Henry.
Yeah, I agree with Kevin's change. It could probably match the language in 3 and 4 a bit more closely. The other ones don't reference site energy again, just for clarity. 64% of the standard reference design. And also generally agree with David Reddy, but I just curious what you think would happen to the last part of this table to keep stringency, keep the language as is, as the baseline references, or is there another methodology you see we could use, David?
I mean, that's a good question. I think some further discussion and hopefully kind of an opportunity to kind of look back to how these numbers were arrived at. I think there hasn't been much attention paid to these targets because nobody uses this path, but I think that this path will become more of interest based on the other changes to the code. So we have to kind of get it right. But I can't answer that question right now. I think that's why I'd like to have further time to look at the targets if we can, and maybe that's something we have to come to the committee with, or if we have more tag time.
Okay. So does that take addition to your motion that the percent targets are in flux, or are we accepting those as part of?
Change them to like TBD for now in this. I would accept that friendly amendment if that's what you think would address your concern.
Actually, can Johnny speak to that? Because there may have been a reason why he didn't change these numbers, and I'm just curious.
The difference between emissions and site energy is extremely small, independent of fuel type in the current table. So we didn't change them because it's very, very small difference. If you actually normalize site energy, if you actually normalize the amount of emissions per energy for natural gas and electricity. They're almost the same. So these numbers should not change very much when moving from carbon to site. That's why I didn't change them. But if we're going to change what's considered to be the baseline to be a standard get natural gas baseline, then we do need to change these numbers. If that makes sense.
Part of the current motion. Right.
So
These
yeah,
things
I
have
guess
to
that's
change for
one
the
reason
motion.
not to change them, is that we're not changing the standard reference design, and to Johnny's point, the difference between site and the carbon emissions for two fuels involved are not dramatically changing a lot. So
Okay, thanks. Larry. Okay, we'll go with Gary.
Hello?
Oh, Larry, okay, there.
Yeah. You don't put the unmute up, I can't do anything. Anyway, why aren't we bringing in the hot water part of this at the same time? I mean, we're talking radiant heat, radiant cooling. We're talking about domestic hot water here. Why are we differentiating it here? Why isn't it all fuel use for that? I don't like the idea of just heating, unless heating means every type of heating. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Joe, can I speak to that?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure.
I mean, I don't completely I don't know if I completely understand the comment, but I think that the one discrepancy I see here is we have a fuel normalization thing that's being done in R406 for space heating, but there's no such thing as a fuel normalization for water heating currently. And so to prescribe in the standard reference design here a heat pump doesn't seem to make complete sense to me. And that's why I didn't, I supported kind of moving back to the way it was in 2018, but I don't want to include that as part of my motion to change that. Like I said, there could be more work done here, but at least these things I feel fairly certain need to change.
Thanks, David. Gary, you are.
Thank you. Wanted to make a motion to amend. And if you could scroll down. Right there, motion to amend the language under standard reference design to the language from the 2018
Hey, Gary,
code.
Gary, just to be clear, that table is not part of the current motion. Table 405.4.21 is not part of the current motion. So if you were going to amend the motion, you would need to add the table to the motion.
Okay. I guess I didn't understand that. So let me amend my amendment then by saying I'd like to amend the motion in the table by including table R405, but changing the standard reference design to the language from the 2018 code for heating systems. And then, since we've been also talking about the percentages to include in that amendment, revisiting the percentages that would then be required because of the changes in the standard reference design. So that's my motion to amend.
Okay. Well, Gary has a motion. The motion is to modify the motion that's currently on the table by adding this table 405.4.21 to the motion, and then doing what's written on the screen right now, which is have the proposed design